And then in terms of onset, so this is what was forecast. We had forecast earlier than usual onset over the eastern parts and delayed onset over some of the western parts. And what was observed is that we observed delayed onset over parts of Somalia, some parts of Tanzania, and then also Ethiopia. And then we had early onset over parts of Kenya. Sorry. So in terms of the performance, so we forecast wetter than usual conditions over most parts of the region, and then we can see that over almost all the parts of the regions, we had wetter than usual conditions, except over the southern tip of Tanzania and a few isolated areas in Tanzania, and then over Uganda, some parts of Kenya, where we experienced average conditions. So in terms of the scale, we can see that for the above normal category, the percent correct was about 83%, with false alarm rates being about 12%. And then also looking at the conditions in January, so what we see that in January, so we see that over parts of Kenya, we had moderately wet conditions to severely wet conditions. And then also looking over parts of Tanzania, we see also there was moderately wet to extremely severely wet conditions. And then we had drier than usual conditions over the western parts of Tanzania, and then also some parts of Uganda, the northeastern parts, and then southwestern parts. So in summary, we experienced wetter than usual conditions as forecast, and then we also had delayed onset over parts of Somalia, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda. And then also the active MJO led to wetter than usual conditions in January over parts of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maslini, for your nice presentation. As she said, OND was very wet in most parts of the region. Even the forecast and the observed impact was very similar, both at national and at regional level. So this is good work. So the next presenter will be from livestock and rangeland sector, Dr. Mawalwa. The next will be agriculture and food security. You have 7 minutes. Yeah. Other presenters should come here just to save our time. From agriculture, health, and others, please come to the front, to the stage. Presenters from the sectors. Dr. Mawalwa, you have 7 minutes. You can continue.
Good morning, all. Next, this report is from Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Uganda. Thank you so much for the focal points to have brought that. Next. Okay, good. Thank you so much. So the positive aspects. Sorry, technology. A positive for the positive part, except for Djibouti, there was availability of pasture, crop residues, water, and reduced livestock mobility In the six countries I've mentioned, there was food security and nutrition, increased livestock productivity in terms of milk, meat, hides, and skins, then staple prices because of good body condition. Most of them, the condition was 4 to 5, then increased terms of trade, then vaccination of animals against diseases, then increase of fish production activities, especially in South Sudan, and a decrease in staple food prices, especially in Uganda. Then the negative part is that Djibouti received below threshold rain, and there was increased mobility of livestock due to little pasture and water, then poor livestock body condition, reduced milk availability, then increased cases of abortions in goats. In Ethiopia, there was drought in northern part of the country, then occurrence of vector and vector-borne diseases, displacement, and livestock deaths were reported due to floods. Then it also affected the crop harvesting and outbreaks of transformed animal diseases and upsurge of desert locusts. In Kenya, over 13,400 livestock deaths were reported under displacement due to heavy floods, then outbreak of the common dats, and deaths of some camels, especially in Mandera, and increase in tsetse flies in Marsabit. And then in Somalia, heavy rains caused floods, as you've just heard, so it caused displacement, and then waterborne diseases and death due to heavy rains and floods, and destruction of roads and bridges. In South Sudan, the states that received heavy rains caused floods, displacement of persons and livestock. Livestock deaths increased insecurity and livestock mobility, then increased cases of hemorrhagic septicemia and other diseases, increased influx of migrants from Sudan, especially the Darfur and the Kordofan, with their livestock, which caused high pressure on available resources. And then the summary of the 2023 negative, that is for Uganda. There was heavy downpour, which caused flooding, crop damage, submerging pastures, and temporary population and livestock displacement in some areas. Then upsurge in livestock diseases, especially anthrax and FMD. Then increased weeds and unpalatable invasive plant species affecting pasture quality. This is just summary of the activities that went on. Especially, you can see treatments continued. And then this veterinary office in South Sudan. And then vaccinations and treatments. Down here, you can see even pasture. So conflicts, none were reported. Livestock deaths due to floods. And then for displacement, it was also due to floods. And then summary of the observed seasonal changes is that Djibouti, there was late onset and very poor OND rain season and longer than usual dry spells. For South Sudan, late onset of rain season and reduced compared to previous 10 years. And then there was dropping water levels in seasonal rivers. In Ethiopia, much of the northern and northeastern, eastern and central Ethiopia received above normal rainfall that was unseasonal. And then implementation and impact of the climate services and advisories, awareness creation about the El Nino continued using various means. Then there was enhanced disease surveillance of transformed animal diseases, especially Rift Valley fever and others. Free treatment and vitamins were supplied, especially in Djibouti and also in all other countries. Vaccination against emerging livestock diseases and common tats continued. Rehabilitation and maintenance of water ponds and dams in all the countries. Enhanced production and conservation of fodder and crop residues in all the countries. Then significant damage to roads, bridges, and properties across various parts of the countries where El Nino was heavy. And then the forecast was totally in agreement, the OND, except Djibouti. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mawalwa, for your nice presentation. I think the observed impact, according to the observation, there was heavy rainfall in most part of the region except Djibouti, but drought in the northern part of the country in Ethiopia is not due to the only season because of the previous rainy season in that area. So it should be corrected like this. So the next presenter is from Agriculture and Food Security. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm going to present from a summarized report from 9 countries out of 11. So that's Somalia, Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, Sudan, Burundi, Rwanda, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Okay, so there was an average to above average production, which is expected in the previous season. I think the harvesting season is from January and February, due to sufficient moisture, which was present during the whole time. So this is expected average to above average production, particularly in Rwanda. Production volume double the usual output is expected for maize. High production is also expected for rice and sesame in Somalia. In Kenya, more than 61 million of 90 kg bags in maize production is expected. Also good production in southern parts of Ethiopia, much of Burundi, also much of Uganda, particularly on cassava, sweet potatoes, millet, and also perennial crops. In South Sudan, there is a high expectation of high sorghum production, particularly in Capoeira, Eastern Equatoria State. Also continuation of positive impacts. Dry weather was conducive for harvest and post-harvest activities for the main production in Ethiopia. That was in the mostly central and northern parts. And flooding in riverine areas in Unity State led to increase in fish availability. Now going to the negative impacts, which was also prevalent in the season, within the season. The post-harvest handling, there was the issue of post-harvest handling challenges. And this was the case mainly in Rwanda, the North Rift parts of Kenya, and some parts of Ethiopia. And as a result, cost of harvesting, transportation, and storage of cereals actually went up. And for legumes were particularly impacted, like beans, due to high rains within the season, and this was the case in southern Kenya and parts of Uganda, an expectation of below average harvest. Also, there were destruction of transport infrastructure. This was in Somalia, particularly due to floods, and also in Sudan. And the case in Sudan were mainly conflict. Floods also damaged crops and disrupted agricultural activities in most parts of the region, and I can give examples. In Somalia, an estimated 1.5 million hectares of farmland was destroyed. Prices of maize and sorghum have risen over the same period also in Somalia. Also, there were cases of flooding in Taita Taveta and lower eastern parts of Kenya. Also in southern and southeastern Ethiopia, those are the bigger benefiting areas. Also in parts of Uganda like Pakwach, Ndoroko, Mubende, among others. In South Sudan, maize and groundnuts in green belts were mainly impacted, and also in parts of Rwanda and Burundi. So there were also high prices of certified seeds, forced some farmers to use low quality seeds in Somalia. As reported by my colleague, in the livestock, there were cases of drought in Tigray and Amara in Ethiopia. In Sudan, there was significant decrease in cultivated and harvested area, and this is linked to the conflict. Many farmers were displaced, leaving their farms. There were decrease in production of staple food in all states, and this is not only in OND, but also for the main season. Some markets were completely out of supply and deserted, high cost of transportation, and also it affected the establishment of winter crops. And there were also cases of pests and diseases, as you can see from these. There were also cases of resurgence of desert locust, and particularly in Somalia and Ethiopia. In Somalia, in October, it damaged 10.9 thousand hectares of vegetation. So you can see it here. Now going to the climate information used in the sector within the season and strategies. There were timely early warning on El Nino related impacts and advisories which were shared. I think this was shared in all the countries in the region. In Uganda, for example, they undertook even the sub-national outlook forums in regions. Early distribution of improved seeds and other inputs were done regionally. In Rwanda, they used the smart Ngunga, the SNS system for inputs, and also subsidized fertilizer in Kenya. Those are just examples. In Rwanda, they actually launched a robust campaign urging residents to utilize non-utilized land for seasonal crop cultivation. Integrated pest disease management technologies and soil erosion control promoted regionally. Governments and partners also provide drying shelters, as this was actually an issue. Mobile dryers, plastic sheetings, this was in Rwanda and Kenya. Rapid needs assessment has been undertaken in Somalia to assess the impacts of El Nino, induced flooding in farming and agricultural activities. Government of Kenya allocated resources for construction of dams, and this is to enhance irrigation farming. Crop monitoring and surveillance of pests and diseases, this was undertaken also regionally, and micro irrigation projects for vegetable production in Djibouti, which is mainly dry during the OND. Now, just to touch briefly on regional food security overview as of January, this is information from IPC.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. So these are information from IPC, and high levels of acute food insecurity persist in the region, though we could see, as from last season, some slight improvement and deterioration in some other parts, and linked to climate, conflict, and macroeconomic challenges. So this is the caseload of IPC. Those now we have 31 million in IPC phase 3 and above. And you can see also that particularly in Sudan, we have the highest number, and it is not driven by climate, but mainly conflict. So those are just the numbers from the IPC. And this is my last slide, moderator. So this is just showing the trends all the way from July 2022 to January 2024. And if you can see from the picture, you can see that in some countries, you can see some improvement. Like if you look at Kenya, for example, you see some improvement linked to the, you could link to the, maybe the positive impacts of El Nino rains, but also some deterioration in other parts. Like if you look at the Sudan as of now, and maybe some few months, you can see some deterioration. So, thank you very much. We acknowledge all those people. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. The next presenter is from health sector. Health sector. No one from health sector? Okay. Okay.
This is consolidated, it's still coming. From Health and Nutrition Working Group, supposed to be presented by Dr. Adunya from Ethiopia. Unfortunately, his flight been scheduled to this morning, so he may be with us after 1 hour or 2 hours. This is a report received from 4 countries, Kenya, Somalia, and South Sudan. In terms of the impact of the season on the health and nutrition status, there is a positive aspect of the season which reflected in the stability of health services in Ethiopia due to stability or no interruption of power. And also, there is a reduction of malaria cases during OND over South Sudan. And then again in South Sudan, there is no snake bite reported compared to what have been reported during main rainy season, which is June, July, August, September. And also over Somalia, there is an improvement of the nutrition status because of agriculture production was improved, and also most of the areas produce good crops, and also were reported by colleague Oliver. Then again, there is a improvement also on the water access and also quality of water, because quality of water normally bring more water-related disease. So therefore, when quality of water improve, then the outbreak of water-related disease also decline. Then again, on the food access, there is an improvement because of availability of food through local production. Is a positive aspect of the season recorded in Kenya, and also was very clear on the rainfall signal, especially during OND and MAM season, which reflect positively into good production. Then the status of food has improved. In terms of negative aspect of the season, especially over Ethiopia, there is around 1.3 million people being affected in Somali district, and also Oromia, South, and also Gambela and Afar region. And the percentage is different from district to another one based on also the root cause. Then also 65% flooded areas reported. And then also around 65 people being reported dead. They are related to flood direct death. Then also more than 616 people being displaced in their homes because of also the flood or extreme rainfall event. Again, in Ethiopia, around 1,206 new cases of dengue fever been reported in Afar region and Oromia. Also, around 772 confirmed cholera cases because of also quality of water being reported because of activity or widespread of the flood over southwestern sub-county or zones. Then also the same case reported in Somalia, where around 10 districts in Somalia, including Mogadishu as a capital town, been affected, and also around 111,000 cases of malaria outbreak being reported over Somalia. Again, in South Sudan, the acute malnutrition among the children, and also reported over Somalia, where there is increase in the malnutrition status, and also in Kenya, there is increase in the incidence of vector-borne disease, especially northeastern and coastal. This is the areas already affected by widespread drought, flooding because of heavy rainfall, then quality of water being compromised. Then again, in terms of the long-term observed, there is a vector and waterborne disease reported over Ethiopia, Somalia, and Kenya. Again, also flood caused displacement of people. which is reported in Ethiopia and Somalia, and then also cooler than usual temperature reported over South Sudan and Somalia because of also direct impact of the rainfall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paulino, again. Thank you. But this presentation is only from 4 countries. What's wrong about the other country? Only from 4 countries. Again, according to this presentation, there was no snake bite in South Sudan. That is interesting report. And the days of human life due to flood. So this is good. Anyway, the next presenter is from water resource and energy. You have 7 minutes.
Okay, but can I see? Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom. I'm presenting to you the report on the impacts of October to December season on behalf of the water and energy sector. There are 10 countries that contributed to this presentation: Burundi, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. I will move away straight to the positive impacts. For all countries, there was a rising trend in water levels for a number of rivers and lakes, and this led to improved availability of water for domestic and livestock use, as you can see in the hydrographs on the right-hand side. There was also improved recharge of groundwater reported in 5 countries: Burundi, Djibouti, Sudan, Kenya, and Ethiopia. Continuing with the positive impacts, there was sufficient water storage in a number of reservoirs and ponds for all countries, as indicated on those photos on the top right-hand side. There was also stability in hydropower generation as a result of rising dam levels. As an example, we show you the case of Mazinga Reservoir in Kenya. If you look at October to December, you see there is a rising trend in the dam levels. Ethiopia also reported improved wind power generation due to strong winds, and basically there was a reduction in conflicts arising from shortage of water. The negative impacts. For Kenya and Uganda, there was disruption in measurement of water levels on rivers and lakes due to flooding. And about 6 countries also reported riverine flooding, that is in Burundi, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. These are just examples of what happened in Burundi, Uganda, and Tanzania. We see what happened in Somalia, cases of riverine flooding. Continuing with the negative impacts, we also reported increased evaporation for Ethiopia and Sudan. South Sudan also reported intense heat, shortage of water for livestock and human beings, that is South Sudan. Kenya reported an increase in pollution of water resources due to contamination by different sanitation facilities. Generally, there was also increase in mudslide, soil erosion, leading to increased siltation in water reservoirs. That is for Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. The photos show you the gullies that were developed as a result of these high flows. We also see the mudslides in Manyara area in Tanzania and also Djibouti. Ethiopia reported hydrological drought, especially in Tekeze Basin. There was also generally destruction of infrastructure, properties, and disruption to different economic activities. This was reported in 5 countries: Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, Uganda, and Tanzania. And there was also, it was also recognized that Lake Tanganyika, Victoria, and Turkana actually had very steep rises during this season, leading to potential population displacement. So the summary of the observed seasonal changes In Burundi, as I've already said, Lake Tanganyika, there was a quick rise in lake levels. In Sudan, the winter season was delayed. And in Kenya, basically, the rainfall was enhanced as was predicted. This was true, especially for the eastern part of the country. And again, Kenya, the season was characterized by severe storms. Djibouti, unseasonal rainfall was also observed. And basically in the White Nile, as reported by Southern Sudan, there was an increase of about 0.24 of a meter in the water levels. So how did we implement the advisories? Generally, all the national hydromet agencies issued downscaled national seasonal forecast soon after the GHACOF of ND last year. And therefore, the relevant ministries also issued their sector-based advisories. Especially for Tanzania, they were able to come up with a contingence plan for El Nino and anticipatory action, which was unveiled by the Office of the Prime Minister. For Somalia, they were able also to have riverine community communication platforms such as radios, SMS, WhatsApp, to convey the early warning information. Uganda, they were able to manage their water resources, especially for Lake Victoria, by managing the rise in lake levels to ensure that it doesn't really rise much. And for Ethiopia, they use this as an opportunity to rehabilitate and maintain most of the non-functional water schemes. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. You saved our time even. Thank you. So I appreciate all presenters for their nice presentation. And again, the last season, the OND season is a wet season. Very interesting. We need wet season than drought. So that is a good news. Even we appreciate our forecasters matching with the observed impact at the ground. So that is interesting. So now a time for discussion. So, oh, sorry, one present. sorry. Disaster risk management. You are many. You have 7 minutes.
Maybe I should get 10 because we forgot about DRM, so we do 10 minutes. Thank you very much. So I'll share with you the reports that we received from 4 countries. We didn't receive report from Ethiopia, Sudan, and Djibouti. So basically what I'll share with you is an aggregated report for the 4. So as highlighted earlier with my colleagues, I think you have had more flood being the main disaster. And this is also linked to the El Nino event that was forecasted. So the report that we received, flood was the highly rated disaster that affected the 4 countries. And then there are also some cases in Ethiopia, but also South Sudan that experienced drought event. There are also landslides in Kenya. There were also epidemics which were reported. And we also had lightning, hailstorm. And then, as Paulino highlighted earlier, there are also cases on pests and diseases. But out of these, there are quite a number of impact that we receive in terms of the numbers. So total population that were affected were about more than 2.4 million. And then out of that, at least 1.6 were displaced. And then the household units that were damaged, over 170,000. And then livestock death, which are also reported by Dr. Omalwa. And then in terms of mortality, we had 293 reported cases out of those countries. And this doesn't mean those are the only numbers. The other countries which didn't receive report from, but were also affected in the same. On impact photos, we picked a few which were shared with us from the countries which were affected. This is mainly from the Office of the Prime Minister in Uganda. That's the image on your top right. We also had some bridge cut-off in Kenya. This was shared by the National Disaster Operations Center for Kenya. And then below, especially on the bottom right, these were a road cut-off made in Kenya, which paralyzed some transportation on one of the major roads. But further analysis into this element of flood, there are quite a number of impacts that also obtained from the analysis. And this is only for Kenya in one of the months, in November, between 26 and 27, thereabout. Quite at least 98,000 households were under flood, and those which were damaged complete were about at least 6,500 in Kenya. But out of the season, we are issuing some flood update bulletin, which are related to our extreme rainfall forecast. I was actually depicting what was forecast some weeks before the event. So if there are some action which are to be taken, at least our information in advance. The same analysis were done for different months in Somalia. So the image on your left is for December, one of the month that also received a lot of flooding in the Juba Shebele River, and some of the pictures that you saw from Tom actually depict some flooding, massive flooding along the river. And the one on the right is for November, which also affected so many households. And again, this is linked to the initial bulletin that were issued earlier on floods. But out of these, Kenya and Somalia were affected the most, and they also reported that they declared an emergency, which they're also requesting for support. But what did they do internally, as much as they were receiving these impacts or preparing for the same when the forecast was issued? So all the countries indicated that they issued early warning in advance. And I remember last GHACOF, we even gave timings. By when should you issue this early warning to your people so that at least we can save lives? So that was successfully done. And I was happy to be in Somalia when they were activating their flood anticipatory action with their partners and government officials which were there at least to try to respond in the pending flood. And I think it was good they reduced the impact to a significant level. And in the same sense, there were also cash transfer in anticipation to this. And there was even a time once they issued, they activated the anticipatory action for floods, there were worries that people were really stocking their foods in advance until the shops were running out of stock, which was like in a panic mode, but still helped them, because once this flood really occurred, they were able to support themselves. There are also some enhanced surveillance on majorly waterborne diseases, which are also linked to this too much water that we experienced in the last season. And then community at least were well informed in advance from this impact that were linked to the heavy rainfall that was was expected in that season. And then there were levels of interministerial engagement in different countries that also included some facilitation from humanitarian operators in the countries, which were also significant in responding to the flooding event and other disasters related to the season. There are also some distribution of food relief items. These are some of the response measures that were taken in Kenya and Somalia, and the top right image is one of the rehabilitation of the roads which were cut off by floods. So at least at national level, there were some plans in place based on the preparedness that we did last season. So far, we had this from 3 countries. The bottom right is from Somalia, top right is from Kenya, as well as the one on the left. So basically, these are some of the reports we received, measures that were taken, and the response to those disaster events. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Presenter. Now it's time for discussion, comment or feedback, and a few questions. Let me start from that side. Maybe Dr. Maslini? Dr. Maslin, where is she? Please come to the stage, Dr. Maslin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
I have to stand.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the first opportunity.
No. Let me start from that side, just to make any question from that side or comment.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Philip from the Water Sector, Kenya. Thanks for all the presenters. My question is related to post-harvest challenges that were experienced in Kenya and Rwanda. And probably I would be interested to get an estimated percentage of the total long-term average harvest that occurred in terms of post-harvest losses. Thank you.
Thank you. Another from that side? Okay, from the middle? Okay, come to this side. Sorry for the interruption.
No worries.
Please tell us your name, your country maybe, and your sector. That is good to know each other.
I'm Banak Joshua Diwal from South Sudan, Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, representing DRM. It is unfortunate that I'm going to pose my question to my colleague from South Sudan. Dr. Paulina, in your presentation, you said that you are reporting about the climate, the rainfall, the state of climate in East Africa region, January 23 to December 23. And I have not seen South Sudan in your second or third slide. I need some clarification. You didn't receive any information in such a period, or there was an oversight, or maybe I did not see. The second is not a question to you. I think you also reported that there were no snake bite in South Sudan. It might have been reported by my colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture or any other sector, but that's not the reality, because you know the collection of data from our country is tricky. So when we give you the report, it does not mean that there are no incidents of a snake bite. I just want to be clear. There could be, but it was not reported, or they were not reached out. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe here? This here? Come. Okay. Okay, continue. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is David Gikongo, Kenya Meteorological Department. I also want to appreciate the presenters, very clear, fairly detailed. We appreciate. I'm not particularly addressing the presentations, as it were, but what we do with the forecasts. And this I'm saying in appreciation of where we are today. Users of our information are quite enlightened, and so when we say something will happen, they are waiting. The appreciation is very, very high. And so when there is a delay, they are on your neck. And so we may want to up our game by even visiting the very spots, so that when we talk about delayed onset, is it really everywhere? When we issued the forecast, it took quite a bit of time for rainfall to be experienced in Nairobi, but other parts were receiving rainfall, especially the northeastern parts. And since it was not raining in Nairobi, that delay was causing a lot of noise. Those who are there may know what we are talking about. So let me state what I mean by advisories, because we know what is likely to happen when there is heavier rainfall than is than the populations are used to in certain parts, like the eastern parts. They will also have a harvest than normal, and then they do not know what to do with that harvest. That's what we are seeing in the slides. There are some lessons that can be taken from other parts where it need not be very, very expensive to at least ensure that the harvest is secure and safe for human consumption. The displacement of persons, are they living in the right places? Roads, do we visit the issue of roads only when they are broken down? Isn't there something that we can do? Some kind of surveillance ongoing round the clock, so that when we have a situation like what we experienced in that season, doesn't have to affect people the way we found it. Because the roads and passages, when you look at the number of people who died, quite a good fraction is as a result of attempting to cross those roads at the broken places. Thank you very much.
From this side. Okay, for the lady, okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Hanan Rabah. I'm the Director General of Sudan Meteorological Authority. The report is good, but still we miss Sudan from this report. It is very important for us to have this report, especially for the researchers. They miss this report. Please, for the organizer, if you are, maybe because of the war, they are not reach the people who do this report for Sudan. But we are available, we are here in Sudan, SMA, to help you to find people to do the report for these sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, good morning, colleagues. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I also want to reckon the presentations. Looking at the presentation, I'm seeing there's some really some improvement from where we are coming from in terms of all the presentations. My concern now is on the issues of, I was very interesting to see the issue of water. There was in the presentation of water resources talking about how the Lake Victoria, when the water was rising, it was actually able to be addressed. This is a huge lake. I don't know, maybe you can unpack a little bit on these particular issues, how you manage to deal with these issues of rising water that did not affect anybody. Is it affected? If it is not in Uganda, what about the other countries, particularly southern part of the country like South Sudan? How did you manage to really make sure that this water, you reduce it, you help to address it here and did not affect the other side? Now, the other thing on the health sector, I think it was very interesting to see the issue of malaria, that it has been reduced, particularly in the context of South Sudan. I did not know what was the measures that made this thing to be reduced, and I think that it will be very interesting if you can tell us that then this season also should be the same, or maybe we can go down again. So I think you need to tell us what had actually made this reduction to occur. And I thank you very much. My name is John Pangech. I am from South Sudan, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Asamuno.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Asamuno Teshoma. I am from Ethiopia. Thank you, presenters, for your excellent presentation from different sectors. My first question goes to the water sector. So in your report, you mentioned that as there was occurrence of hydrological droughts over the northern parts of Ethiopia, mainly over Takazé Basin, during October, November, December season. So as you know, Ondi is not the main, dominantly the main rain season for the northern half of Ethiopia, potentially Takeze Basin. So how can we report as there was the occurrence of hydrological drought potentially over Takeze? My second question goes to the agricultural sector. Similarly, in your report, you mentioned that as there was drought occurrence over Amhara as well as Tigray region during October, November, December season due to the failure of Ondi seasonal rainfall. So potentially Ondi is not their main rainy season. Ondi is the main rain season for the southern half of Ethiopia. So how can we report similarly as there is the occurrence of a drought during Ondi season? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samra. Maybe our higher officials are in the room for the opening speech. So the answer and the remaining question will be after the opening speech. Sorry for that. Thank you.
Godfrey Muchuni, where are you? Oh, fine.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Is it because we've not taken tea? So, welcome to Uganda. This is the Commonwealth Resort Munyonyo, and it recently hosted the non-aligned movement and also Group of 77. So I think we are the ones who have followed that great meeting. That means we are equally great. And I would like really to welcome all of you. And now we are starting our official opening ceremony. And this is Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum 66, or what we normally call GHACOF 66. And of course, the theme is very clear: early warning for anticipatory action. And now that we have technocrats here, I think they will be taking us through this theme. I want to welcome all the people who are here, especially all our IGAD members, development partners, and all the people that have really come to grace this occasion. Most particularly, allow me to recognize the presence of head of IGAD mission in Uganda, Jocelyn Bigirwa. If you are around, surely wave to the people. You are very much welcome. I also recognize the PRs of different countries who are here. You are very much welcome. So everybody is very much welcomed here in Uganda. Uganda is always referred to as part of Africa. We are not the ones who called ourselves part of Africa, but it was Winston Churchill, the former UK Prime Minister. When he reached here, he found Uganda was very pleasing and very interesting. And he said, concentrate on Uganda, where food grows without labor. But I must say, nowadays, you have to put in labor for the food to grow. So we are going to start straight away our opening ceremony. And we are going, in the interest of time, we are going to start with our Acting Executive Director, Uganda National Meteorological Authority, and who is the PR of Uganda with World Meteorological Organization, Dr. Bob Alex Ogwang. You are very much welcome. So let's welcome Bob Alex Ogwang. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Guest of honor, the board chairman of Uganda National Meteorological Authority, representing the Minister of State for Environment, Dr. Guled Atan, Director, IGAD, Climate Prediction and Application Center, development partners present, representatives of government ministries, departments, and agencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You'll allow me to start by appreciating God for enabling all of us to travel from distant places to get to this very important forum. I'm greatly privileged the same way to extend our warm welcome to all participants in the 66th Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum. And on behalf of the meteorology family in Uganda, and on my own behalf, I welcome you to Uganda and encourage you to feel at home. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, you'll allow me to also appreciate IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center for choosing Uganda to host this regional climate forum, specifically focusing on March, April, and May season. We also thank ICPAC, which is a WMO designated regional climate center for Eastern Africa, for supporting meteorological services in the entire region through capacity building and guiding the generation of regional forecasts, which are later downscaled by local scientists to suit national interests. We also want to, as Uganda, want to appreciate the World Meteorological Organization for the continued support to all national meteorological and hydrological services through capacity building and standardizing meteorological services and other initiatives. I want to specifically mention that WMO initiated and established the global framework for climate services some time back, and it's encouraging all national meteorological services to establish the national framework for weather, water, and climate services. I'm glad to note that Uganda has just initiated the establishment process, and this is being supported again by GHACOF through the CLIMSA project. Why don't you join me to appreciate GHACOF with a clap of hands? Thank you very much. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of GHACOF 66 is early warning for anticipatory action. Indeed, the need for early warning information on weather and climate has greatly increased, particularly linked to climate change. And in Uganda, for example, we have already seen changes in the onset and cessation of our rain seasons. We have also, through our research arm, seen a rising trend, more or less steady, in terms of temperatures. The frequency and intensity of extreme weather events have increased. And all this call for early warning information on weather and climate, particularly to support planning and decision-making. Now, in order to have this early warning information, which is reliable, accurate, and can support decision-making, it calls for a lot of investment so as to be able to minimize the devastating impacts. And investment through acquisition of modern equipment and staff capacity building, and of course, blending and working very closely with the media. This is a group that has enabled us, particularly in Uganda and the entire region, to ensure that this early warning information reaches the last mile within the communities. We thank you, media, for this. Because of this, the investments observed within the country, guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, I want to specifically appreciate the government of Uganda for the continued investment in meteorological services in this country, especially regarding acquisition of equipment and capacity building of staff. We have acquired modern radars. We have 3, which is scanning the entire country and beyond. We have increased the number of automated weather observation in the country, and many other meteorological support areas. We thank the government for this. And I also want to appreciate the development partners for the unwavering support to meteorological services within Uganda and beyond. Thank you very much for support. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we want to continue and will not stop appreciating the media for the support given to ensure that this early warning information generated by Met services reach the last mile. Thank you very much. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, as a permanent representative of Uganda with the World Meteorological Organization, I request that you allow me introduce and recognize the presence of permanent representatives of member states of the GAD region. Maybe by show of hands. Yes, I can see Dr. Gikungo here from Kenya, our sister from Sudan, a brother from Somalia. We have a brother from Djibouti and South Sudan. Thank you very much for the good work you are doing for the region. Finally, I wish all the participants a fruitful 66th Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum as we make early warning for anticipatory action a reality for God and my country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PR with the WMO. Actually, in his capacity, he's an ambassador. So he's the ambassador of WMO here in Uganda. So, Bwana Ambassador, thank you for the speech. And he talked about so many things, but I picked a few. He emphasized the issue of national framework of climate services. And of course, I believe what we are doing, this forum is part of national framework of climate services, where we link producers, intermediaries, brokers, and eventually the users of this information. We are here to interact and see how best can we improve our climate services so that it can reach the very last mile. He also emphasized about the theme, which is early warning for anticipatory action. And I must say that here in Uganda, the demand for climate information is increasing. Probably it is attributed to the increasing climate shocks we are having. And I believe when this demand increases, we need also to up our game. And of course, he finally talked about the investment in weather and climate services. It is capital intensive in nature. Buying radars to scan our environment is not easy. We've got buoys monitoring lakes and so on, weather stations. All these, they need support from government and also government partners. Thank you very much, Bwana PR. Now, at this juncture, allow me invite Dr. Guled Artan, Director, ICPAC, to make his remarks. You are very much welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Bob Alex Ogwang, Acting Executive Director, Uganda National Meteorological Authority and PR to WMO, Mr. Bwango Apuli, Uganda National Meteorological Authority Board Chairman. Let me acknowledge Madam Jocelyn Bisingo, IGAT Head of Mission. The PR is from the region. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I think we're a bit late for our coffee break. First of all, let me welcome you all to the 66th Great Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum, also known as GHACOF 66. On behalf of IGAT and on my own behalf, I would like also to thank the government of Uganda for hosting this forum. I'm privileged to witness our collective effort in the commitment of our region in addressing the challenges posed by climate change and variability for this region of ours. The theme of this forum, as the previous speaker has said, is early warning for anticipatory action. That underscores the critical importance of preparedness and proactive measures in mitigating the impact of climate-related disasters. Today, I wish to highlight the invaluable benefits of timely and accurate early warning systems for this region, as well as the imperative of implementing a robust anticipatory action in disaster management. First, let me reflect on the significance of early warning in saving lives and livelihood. The Great Horn of Africa is highly vulnerable to climate variability and extremes. As we all know, on the last 12 years, we have suffered 3 major droughts and 2 major flood events. So we have been seesawing between seasons of drought and seasons of flood. Timely and accurate forecasts enables communities, governments, and humanitarian agencies to anticipate those events and take proactive measures to reduce their impacts. Early warning empowers vulnerable population to evacuate to safer area and to protect their assets and safeguard their livelihoods. Moreover, effective early warning systems contribute to enhancing the resilience of our communities by providing actionable information ahead of time. We enable communities to adopt climate-smart agriculture practices, diversify livelihoods, and invest in resilience infrastructures. This proactive approach not only minimizes the loss and damage associated with disasters, but also fosters sustainable development and poverty reduction in the long run. Secondly, I wish to emphasize the benefit of post-anticipatory action in disaster risk management. Anticipatory actions enable pre-planned interventions based on early warning information to mitigate the impact of impending disasters. By acting before a crisis unfolds, we can significantly reduce human suffering and economic loss. It's a very cost-effective way of dealing with disasters on the long run. For instance, anticipatory actions such as preposition of relief supplies, reinforcing infrastructures, and implementing livelihood protectionist programs can help buffer the impact of droughts and floods on vulnerable communities by investing in preparedness and resilience building measures. We not only save lives, but also reduce the burden on the humanitarian assistance and promote sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, GHACOF 66 comes at a critical juncture in our collective effort to tackle climate change and variability effects on this region. Across the Horn of Africa, communities are facing increasingly severe climatic impacts that have led to the loss of lives, disrupted the livelihoods of many of our citizens. In spite of that, a beacon of hope, we're seeing more of our collective determination to confront climate-related disasters, to innovate and to collaborate across borders and sectors in our region. GHACOF 66 simplifies this spirit of collaboration. Actually, this is the second week of GHACOF. We already had a week in Nairobi on preparing the forecast that will be shared with you later on today. GHACOF brings together experts, policymakers, and stakeholders from across the Greater Horn of Africa region and beyond to share knowledge, experience, and possible solutions. GHACOF offers a platform for meaningful dialogue, collaboration, and action. And by having GHACOF 66, it shows the usefulness that this process, this platform has had throughout the years. It's the longest running climate forum outlook globally, was the second. It was started in February 98, right 1 month after GHACOF. So it shows the usefulness that this process had for this region. Over the next 2 days, we have the opportunity to exchange knowledge, share best practices, and forge partnerships that will help us build resilience, and adapt to the challenges of climate in the region, especially to the most vulnerable sections of our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, at ICPAC, we recognize the urgent need for action on regional level to address the challenges posed by climate change and variability. Our center is at the forefront of providing timely and accurate climate information and forecasts to support decision-making process across the various sectors. Through initiatives such as the National Climate Outlook Forums and COPs that have started in most of our member countries, we facilitate dialogue and may add with our MET agencies. We facilitate dialogue and knowledge exchange among stakeholders, empowering governments, communities, and practitioners with the tools and information they need to adopt and mitigate climate risks effectively. Moreover, during COP28 in Dubai last December, IGAD launched a regional anticipatory action framework. The document establishes a unified framework for advancing the adaptation and implementation of anticipatory action in the IGAD region and in the Greater Horn of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are deeply appreciative about the dedication and the collaboration we had with our National Meteorological and Hydrological Services, our National Disaster Management Agencies. Their steadfast engagements remains instrumental in our collective efforts to address the challenges of climate in our region. The collaboration between ICPAC and the national institutions is a key in building a timely and reliable early warning system for the Greater Horn of Africa region. Through close collaboration, we are harnessing the expertise and the resources of both entities, the regional and the national agencies, to provide timely and accurate climate information and forecasts. The collaboration enables us to better serve our stakeholders, including governments, communities, and decision makers, by enhancing the understanding of climate variability and change and supporting informed decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, our forum, GHACOF, has made an enormous contribution to the improvement of climate information for disaster risk management in our region. Our seasonal forecast small glitch. I hope my microphone comes back. Yes, can you hear me now? Our seasonal forecast products held good in the early warning for early action systems, both at national and regional levels. It encourages climate smart development in all sectors and facilitates climate change adaptation and resilience building activities. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the Greater Horn of Africa stands at a pivotal moment in its journey toward building a climate resilient and sustainable development and a society that has a sustainable development. By strengthening our early warning and embracing anticipatory actions, we can effectively manage climate-related risks and seize opportunities for transformative change. Early warning can help us by moving more to development instead of humanitarian backstopping. Ladies and gentlemen, let's leverage the collective expertise and resources of our region. There's plenty to build a future where communities are empowered, ecosystems are protected, and prosperity is shared by all. Together, we can navigate the challenges of climate variability and change and build a more resilient and prosperous Greater Horn of Africa region. With those few remarks, I would like to thank you, all our panelists, for their support. Without their support, our journey will not have been possible. Thank you very much. Technical and financial. Thank you all for your commitment to this call, and I wish you all a fruitful deliberation and a meaningful engagement throughout the remaining 2 days of this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gulay Dartan. Colleagues, if you don't mind, let's join our hands together for Dr. Gulay Dartan. Thank you, that is better. We are here because of him, because he's the one who has organized the whole of this, of course, with the likes of Zake Raderu, and of course, Kalistas Wachana, and so many others. So thank you for organizing this forum, and we are here to interact. His speech was all about resilience. Resilience, resilience, resilience. Of course, world over, the word is resilience. How to achieve resilience, that is the puzzle we are trying to solve right now. But one of the ways to adapt to a changing climate is by use of climate information. And of course, as an institution or a regional that is in charge of making sure that climate information is available, they have been doing a lot. Production of this information is not by guesswork, it is not an easy task. Actually, like he said, for a week now, they have been undergoing modeling to make sure that they come up with products. And of course, with these products, nowadays actually it is becoming more challenging because you get more products, but of course, the decision is yours, take the right one. And that's why we are here. And he emphasized early warning systems. And he said early warning systems contribute to resilience. And of course, I cannot emphasize this because the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, actually emphasized this. He put early warning initiatives for all. So we are trying to answer that call as part of early warning initiatives. Of course, he talked about anticipatory actions, which is aimed at making sure that we put actions in place to save lives and property. And he finally said that GHACOF is all about interaction. We are here to interact with the best. Academicians, people who have done it, they are there, and take advantage, colleagues who are here, to ask these scientists, what does it mean when we say above normal? What does it mean when we say below normal? This is the time. And of course, he finally ended by saying that we should also take advantage of the synergies we have, because different countries have got different expertise, and we are not at the same level of development. So we can take advantage and see how best we can complement each other. Of course, now this is the time to invite the guest of honor, and who is representing the Minister of Water and Environment, Mr. Wangwa Puli. You are very much welcome. These are your people. They are waiting to hear a word from you. And of course, he's a very big man. In this case, he's representing the minister. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Dr. Gule Atan, Director of ICPAC. Dr. Bob Alex Ogwang, Acting Executive Director of Uganda National Meteorological Authority. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of State for Environment, I'd like to welcome you all to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, and to this 66th Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum. This is, for us, we are extremely happy to host you back here. We first hosted you, I think, in 1999 at the 3rd Climate Outlook Forum. So we have traveled a long way with you all, and we are glad to welcome you all back. It's with great honor that I stand before you today as we gather to address one of the most critical challenges of our time, namely climate variability and climate change. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants who have come from various corners of our region to share knowledge, experiences, and insights that will guide us in addressing the complex issues associated with climate variability and change. And I see many of you who have been with us along the journey in the audience. I see Noor, all the way from Djibouti, Dr. Gikungu, Bebe Tadege, and all the others. You are most welcome to this 66th Greater Horn Climate Outlook Forum. I'd like to commence by commending the work and efforts of the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center and all the partners involved in organizing this forum. Your dedication to fostering regional cooperation and building resilience in the face of climate variability is commendable and serves as a testament to the power of collective action. As we begin this forum, it is important to reflect on the significance of our collective efforts in addressing the impacts of climate change in the Greater Horn of Africa. This part of our continent has long been characterized by its ecological and climate diversity, with a significant number of communities relying heavily on rain-fed agriculture, livestock, and natural resources for their livelihoods. However, over the recent years, we have witnessed changes in weather and climate patterns, increased frequency of extreme events, and shifting ecological zones, all of which have posed unprecedented challenges to the region. Going by the latest IPCC findings, these threats and crises are likely to worsen, disproportionately affecting the poorer regions, countries, and communities. Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished delegates, Uganda is a country blessed and endowed with diverse ecosystems and natural resources. We are well aware of the profound impacts that climate change is having on our environment, economy, and society as a whole. From prolonged and frequent droughts, floods, landslides, to erratic rainfall patterns, the effects of climate change are felt far and wide, disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable amongst us. We recognize that water and environment are completely linked, are complexly linked, and that sustainable management of our natural resources is essential for our future prosperity. That is why my ministry is committed to implementing robust policies and initiatives aimed at promoting climate resilience and conserving our precious ecosystems. But we cannot do it alone. Addressing climate variability and change requires a concerted effort from all sectors of society and government, civil society, the private sector, and communities. It requires bold leadership, innovative solutions, and steadfast commitment, leaving no one behind. It is imperative to acknowledge the invaluable partnership between the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, ICPAC, and the Uganda National Meteorological Authority. This collaboration is fundamental in our collective efforts to address the challenges of now repetitive climate-related hazards that have the potential to widen some of our hard-earned development gains. Through joint initiatives such as the coordination of the National Climate Outlook Forum, we have established a robust platform for the timely provision of climate information and dialogue among stakeholders at the national level. These fora facilitate the exchange of knowledge and insights between climate information providers and users, ensuring that decision makers have access to the best available information to inform their planning and adaptation efforts. I am also pleased to announce that with the steadfast support of ICPAC, Uganda is making significant strides in developing a national framework for climate services. This framework represents a crucial milestone in our quest to enhance the dissemination and utilization of climate information and services across the country. By establishing a structured framework, we aim to strengthen the capacity of our institutions, empower our communities, and foster resilience in the face of climate variability. As we gather here at GHACOF 66, let us draw inspiration from such achievements and renew our dedication in building a more resilient and sustainable future for the greater Horn of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also important to understand that climate change intertwines deeply with development, security, and social well-being. As we strive to address this challenge, let us not lose sight of the necessity to adapt to the changing circumstances. And in this regard, climate services play a pivotal role as they lay the foundation for climate-informed decisions and climate adaptation strategies across the various socio-economic sectors. As we embark on these discussions and deliberations over the coming days, let us seize the opportunity to forge new partnerships, to exchange ideas, and to hold discussions on a course towards a more sustainable and resilient future for our region. Let us be guided by the principles of collective engagement and sustainability in all our endeavors. As I conclude, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the participants, the organizers, and sponsors of GHACOF 66. Your presence here today is a testament to our shared commitment to addressing the urgent challenges posed by climate change. Together, I am confident that we can overcome these challenges and build a brighter, more sustainable future for generations to come. It's now my pleasure to declare the 66th Greater Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum, GHACOF 66, officially open. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guest of honor, for those words of wisdom. And I think in his capacity as guest of honor, he deserves another big round of applause. Of course, it wouldn't be fair for me to talk about what the guest of honor has said, but he emphasized the issue or the power of collective action, working together aimed at achieving all those issues he mentioned. And of course, he said that Uganda, like any other country in the region, heavily depends on rain-fed agriculture. When the rain is okay, you expect a bumper harvest. When it is poor, you know what you expect. So that means when it is okay, we need to have our stocks in large numbers to make sure that we're able to offset those periods which are very difficult. And of course, he said that the government is really implementing some of the policies aimed at conserving the environment. And lastly, of course, he mentioned the issue of national framework of climate services to make sure that we know how to handle the issues of weather and climate. And he ended with this issue of sustainable development. We still have the 17 SDGs, and of course, climate action is number 13, but I believe we contribute almost all of them. When you look at no hunger, you look at poverty, all these, they need support of weather and climate information. So as we conclude, may I now invite Madame Lillian to give us a vote of thanks, and she's good at summary. She can do it within a minute or two. Lillian, if you're around, give us a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged to be here this morning to welcome you all to Uganda. We're happy to see you. Karibu sana. You're most welcome. The director, the chairperson, UNMA board, Mr. Bwanga Puli, representing the Minister of Water and Environment, the director, ICPAC, Dr. Gulei Datan, the executive director, Uganda National Meteorological Authority, Dr. Bob Alex Ogwang, the head of IGAD mission in Uganda, Madame Jocelyn Vigirwa, all permanent representatives of the represented countries, delegates from all the countries invited, and I'll just mention them, hoping that all of you are here: Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Sudan, Uganda, Somalia. I hope I've not left out any. Djibouti, Our organizers from ICPAC and all our delegates here invited, you are most welcome. Mine is just to say thank you so much, first of all, to ICPAC for organizing this wonderful conference, GHACOF 66, and for choosing to put it in Uganda. Thank you so much. We thank the organizers and all of you who have come today. We hope that by coming here, we'll be able to ensure that we get all the solutions that will enable us to have early warning for anticipatory action in our respective countries, especially now with climate change, climate variabilities, changing seasons. We really feel that the last person should get information to avoid disasters, to avoid loss of life and property. I want to thank you so much and wish you the best stay in Uganda. We'll be looking forward to interacting more in the other sessions. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lillian, for doing justice. At least you spent 2 minutes. Now, we are going to have a group photo, and the photo will be right here in front. Let's do like this. We shall have our guests and head of mission maybe in front, and also the PRs and government partners, and then all of us participants, we shall follow to make sure that the camera really will capture each and everybody who has attended this function. So let's do it because we are very hungry, I know, and after this photo session, we shall break for a cup of tea. I think it will take 11:20, we shall be back. So the chief organizer, probably you can organize our guests here. Head of IGAD missions in Uganda, kindly join the guests. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, their colleagues, it's quite long. And they need to interact. Yeah. So if you don't mind, you can come and join. The photo will be here. The first one is for the guests. Okay, the first one is for the guests. Head of mission, IGAD mission, where are you? Madam Jocelyn, could she? Okay, then let's have PRs. PRs joining the guests. All the PRs here, Ethiopia, Kenya, Djibouti, Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, Burundi, Rwanda, kindly join. Kindly join. Okay, Madam Jocelyn, would like to see you in the picture, and it's good that finally you've come. Kindly join the team here at the podium. Let's wait for Madam Jocelyn also to join the team, and we have okay, after the end of this, so all of us join. I really don't know how we are going to join. Probably can be advised. Yeah, I think maybe the guests can extend in front. If you don't mind, maybe you can give them seats. Development partners, kindly join us, development partners. There are so many here. I wouldn't want to name all of them. Development partners. Development partners. So the remaining all of us, we can stand behind them to give them security they need. Let's join colleagues. All of you, you are welcome. Yeah, at least make sure that your country is represented. Kindly, our development partners, I would like to see your faces in the picture. Yes. For those who are naturally gifted, they can, they can stand in front. But some of us, yeah. And the issues of gender are very critical. Would like to see our sisters also. Can you extend? Then you're blocking me. You're blocking me. Okay. Are we seeing everybody here? Ha. Make sure you see at least master of ceremonies if you don't see. Okay. I believe we've finished. So you are all welcome to a cup of tea, coffee, name it. It's outside there. And by 11:20, we intend to come back and then we start another session. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome back. For those who have taken tea, coffee, kindly come back. Yes. Okay, hello. Can you come back, please? You can come with your cup. Let us go back. Just grab your bag. Let us go back. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Okay. Okay, let us go back.
Ladies and gentlemen,
When you finish, make sure you talk to her. Not now.
finish now or later. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to come back. If you're still taking your tea, make your way to the conference room. You can come over with your tea. Let's make our way back. I'm giving out gifts at the door, so if you come first, you get the gift. Let's make our way back, please. Our time is up. Hello, our time is up. How are you? Hey, this thing is killing me, man. Can you? So sector heads, health, Paulina, please make your way to the dais. Julie, we're going to finish the session we didn't finish in the morning. Kindly make your way up if you are a sector head. Julie.
Hello. Let us start from where we stopped. I think the presenters, including Dr. Maslini, where is she? So I want to give two chance for question for Mr. Kunfe from here, and the last one from that side. Then we will have time for question and answer tomorrow. The last, next to Mr. Kunfe. Where are others? Still.
So mine is very brief. Shall I continue? Or
Yeah,
wait
maybe
for?
Presenters. Maslin, where is she?
Will be useless.
Please, presenters, come to the front. Presenters. No, they are not inside even. Okay, you can continue, Mr. Khan.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you very much. My name is Kanfa Mariam from Ethiopia Meteorological Institute. Mine is very brief, directed to Paulino's presentation on State of Climate 2023. I think it has been very nice presentation, and it addressed two climate seasons, specifically MAM and October to December. My question is, why June to August is missing if you are talking about state of climate for the year? So I want to know why, or if there is any different approach for that missing June, July, August. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Up. The last.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Dr. Pamela Kaiduru from the Kenya Meteorological Department. I want to note, to appreciate the presenters for the good presentations that they made, focusing on the impacts to the sectors. But also note a blind spot on the bit of the health impacts. Paulino made the presentation. We noted that only 4 countries reported. And when the speakers made their speeches this morning, there was the socio-economic implication of climate impacts to the populations, as well as the importance of creating resilience to our populations. And yet, a lot missing in the health sector, especially so the mental health implications of the climate-related disasters. When we know that WHO has been able to observe there is a big risk of mental health issues arising from climate change. Reports from the IPCC, IAPPC also present the increasing impacts of mental health, especially noting the emotional distress, anxiety, depression, grief, and related aspects. This actually came out even as we were, the presentation was noting the bit of the numbers that were displaced. In Ethiopia, there was 1.3 million people. There were people who died, 65 in the presentation this morning. There is malnourishment or malnutrition that is noted. This all as mental implications to the people. And knowing also that achievement of SDG number 13 is so interconnected with other SDGs, including SDG number 5 on gender inequality, and also the SDG on health and well-being. I want to ask if it is possible for this region to be able to enhance on the impacts of health as relates to climate disasters. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it critical?
Very.
Okay, make it very short.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Mine is also related to what previous speaker has said. It is in regards to inclusion of gender in the reporting. So in the previous, in the report that has been presented today, we had included gender dimensions in the templates, but we have not yet received any gender disaggregated reports. So my question goes to the presenters and could also be helped by the national focal points to really understand why we are not able to get the gender disaggregated data and whether there is anything that we can do in terms of, as we move forward, to ensure that even when we are going into advisories, we are getting there with knowledge on how the impacts affect different gender groups. Thank you.
Thank you. We were tired, but now we have got energy, but we don't have time to add another comment or question. You can save your comment or question for tomorrow question and answer session. I directly invite Paulino and Dr. Maslini to respond if there are any question targeting you, then the sectors will continue next to them.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for those who asked questions related to climate and also health implication. May I start with Brother Banak from South Sudan, where he asked why graph or the pattern for South Sudan is missing. I think he meant actually the temporal pattern where I gave around some group location over Kenya and Ethiopia, Somalia, Tanzania, and also southern Burundi. Nothing there for South Sudan. There is a main 4 factors why we didn't include South Sudan and Eritrea, Djibouti, and also most part of Ethiopia, but we mentioned only Southwestern. The factor number 1, we was concentrating on the El Nino impact-based rainfall-related events. So JJS is the main season for South Sudan and also most parts of Ethiopia. Then you go into Eritrea and Djibouti. So we concentrate on them during JJS because this is the main rainy season. The second one also for South Sudan specifically, we have 5 stations. All of them, they are well distributed among in the different locations. They are far from each other. The one that are closest is Raja and Wow. But you can't group them because they are in a different climatic zones. So the signal will be we have a lot of issues because you are not grouping the station in one climatic zone, or even the impact also is different from state to state. So therefore, we didn't pick them as OND is not a main season, where now we are analyzing the impact and also the signal. But the impact, the rainfall was computed from January to December, but previous season, we concentrated on JJS and also to give specific information where areas been affected by flood throughout the year. Another question also from a brother from Ethiopia, National Meteorological Agency. JJS is not missing. JJA is not missing, but we combine June, July, August, September. So in most part of the northern sector, including Ethiopia, South Sudan, Sudan, and the rain belt specifically in Sudan, JJS is a significant rainfall. But the peak of rainfall actually in August, so and continue up to end of the September. Therefore, we consider JJS as one season instead of JJA. So we combined the 4 months. Then from there we took October, November, December, which is a main rainy season or long rainy season of Equatorial sector. So we dealt with MAM as the main long rain of Equatorial sector, then JJS in the northern sector, then again OND. So JJS is taken 4 because already is part of JJS. Again, on the issue related to mental health, this question came from Dr. Pamela. We appreciate this is a very, very important issue because it's related to climate directly and also some impact occur indirectly. But it is not easy because this information, actually, when the countries report, they report based on what been
observed and recorded in the clinics. So if there is people being displaced, actually there is mental related issues, but it is difficult for you even to get them directly because there are many underlying conditions and also many dimensions include in perspective. But it is very, very important for us as all sectors because it's actually multi-hazard and also multi-dimensional impact. It is not just coming from one driver. So it is very, very important to be considered in how we able to really report, and also is good in the climate change policy in long term and short term. Really, we encouraging our country representative for health sector for them really to look into aspect of mental health implication, especially those who displaced. There are a lot of issues going on around. But although there are some difficulties in reporting, but we have really to try to include in the reporting. I appreciate your question, which is good. The same thing also on the gender. Actually, that one also is similar to reporting on the impact based on the gender. So we can easily say number of children have been affected and elderly and something like this one. But that dimension also is very important, and as another perspective, difficult for you to count them if you are basing on your information based on clinical or also other aspect of the impact, whether it's related to health directly or indirectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Maslin? What is she? Okay, Doctor, you can start.
Thank you very much. For me, it was only one question, why Sudan is not represented here. Actually, we sent the request to Dr. Hatham, and his response is that everything had been destroyed. He could not get any information, and he was out of the country, so we did not know how we could bring him here. It was not intentional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Probably in the same line for Sudan, we reached out to our focal point from Humanitarian Affairs. He got the survey tool, but then at some point we lost communication. So that's why we're not able to get that information from Sudan. Otherwise, there are other elements highlighted by Dr. Gikungu. Displaced people on flood-prone areas. Yeah, some of these things depend on the law enforcement at the national level. Because we know different countries have demarcated buffer zones in different flood-prone areas. An example, even in Kenya, there was one senior government official who constructed a house just next to the river. And when he was asked that now this house needs to be destroyed, he said we can reroute the river so that you can leave this house and the river goes somewhere else. So some of these challenges is what we face, but then it really goes back to the government to help us enforce these laws so that we're able to save lives. The other probably element mentioned by Joyce in gender, I think we had a private chat with her and we agreed that for the DRM program we'll be able to include this part in the next assessment that we do, but on the advisories we get support from our gender department to do the same. So basically those are the questions that were answered.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Chair. I think there were two questions directed to the water and energy sector. One was on management of Lake Victoria. How do we ensure that the stakeholders downstream of the lake are not flooded? Maybe I'll just give one of the strategies that we use as a country is to prevent, to mitigate having a huge volume of water released at one time. So what we do is to ensure that small quantities of water are released gradually through the system. Downstream of Lake Victoria, even before you talk about South Sudan, we also have communities that are affected. So we have Lake Choga and also Lake Albert. So before the water reaches South Sudan, it has to go through these two lake systems. And as we know, the science there is that about 70% of the losses from Lake Victoria is through evaporation. So by releasing these small quantities gradually through the two downstream lakes, it helps to encourage evaporation so that we don't shock downstream users in South Sudan. The second question was, I think, was on hydrological drought that was reported in Ethiopia. Of course, we got this report from colleagues from Ethiopia, and my understanding here is that the JJA season in Ethiopia did not perform very well. So the implication of that in terms of hydrology is seen about 3 months later. So while you might have observed the meteorological drought during the JJA, now the hydrological drought comes a little bit later. It's what I think they have been reporting for the OND season. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So we had questions on post-harvest management and actually the statistics on that. So just to mention that within the short rainy season, it is both harvesting season and planting season in some parts. Like North Rift, where I come from, it's actually an harvesting season. And the statistics that we currently have is mainly qualitative. So we have the qualitative aspects of that, but we are yet to have the quantitative statistics in terms of the losses that were attributed to post-harvest losses. We also have the losses, some statistics, for example, in Somalia, which was actually in the report that as a result of flooding, actually destroyed around 1.5 hectares of farmland. So that is some of the statistics that we receive. But as for Kenya and Rwanda, we are yet to receive the statistics. On the question number 2 from Dr. Teshome, so we reported that there was a drought. Actually, this was agricultural drought in parts of Amara and Tigray. And this is not as a result of the short rains, it's actually as a result of within the main season, which started in June all the way to September, and harvesting is actually done within the OND season. So this we were reporting, actually the drought conditions were felt in part in the months of around August and September, and this was even indicated in our agriculture watch system. The last one is on the gender, and I just wanted to say that it needs an intentional effort, even from the reports that we have. We get from our member states, we don't receive a lot of gendered impacts, but it is an intentional effort, and we've started actually incorporating the same gender perspectives and dimensions in the guidelines. So I think it might take time, even it needs the issue of capacity building, and over time you will see some changes, hopefully. But as it is now, we are still, we don't really receive a lot of gendered impacts. So thank you very much.
Thank you. For online presenters, yeah? We don't have time, maybe for tomorrow. Do you have critical question from online participants? Thank you. Let us clap for our hand for all our presenters, including me. So it's better to stop here and leave our time for the next session. Thank you. Okay.
Good morning. We are still in the morning, so it will be good afternoon after a while. So this is session 3, State of Climate, from March to May. So the original program was to have 3 presentations. Yeah, I understood. Yeah, so, but yeah. So fortunately, because of time, fortunately, one of the first presentation was addressed in the previous sessions. Now we'll have 2 presentations on state of climate, March to May. The first one will be current state of global climate system by Dr. Stefan and his colleague, Dr. Rosanna. They will share 10 minutes together. And the second presentation will be on East Africa, March to May 2024 climate outlook, to be presented by Dr. Hussein Said. He will take 15 minutes, and then we'll have 10 minutes discussion. So we are embarking on this very important presentations of the day because we are looking for the upcoming season outlooks. So I invite all presenters to the stage, and then the first presentation from Dr. Stefan. So you can come to the podium together with your colleagues. So you manage 10 minutes among yourselves. So please come to the stage.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. It is wonderful to see so many friendly faces in the audience and many friends to come as well over the next couple of days. I'm so grateful to be here. My name's Dr. Stefan Lines from the UK Met Office, and I'm honored to be here to present with my colleague, Rosanna Amato, the State of the Global Climate Talk. So thank you very much to our hosts, UNMA, and also ICPAC, for the honor of presenting this. I'd like to invite Rosanna to the stage to present the update on the global temperature forecast.
Thank you very much, everyone. So to set some brief context, globally, 2023 was the warmest year since records began in 1850. It surpasses the previous record, which was set in 2016, and continues a long-term trend of global warming, which is attributed to human-induced climate change. As well as global warming, several sources of natural variability have contributed to what was a record-breaking year. We have El Niño conditions currently present in the tropical Pacific, alongside exceptionally warm temperatures in the Atlantic Ocean. Also, the major eruption of the Tonga underwater volcano erupted huge amounts of water vapor into the atmosphere, further pushing up temperatures. So looking ahead to the 2024 outlook, this is produced by the Met Office, and it shows a very strong possibility of another record-breaking year. Temperatures are likely to exceed 2023, which is primarily due to the delayed impact of the El Niño effects. The forecast shows an ensemble range, so between, where's my thingy? Ooh, sorry. 1.34 degrees and 1.58 degrees above average. It's also important to note that these are broad-scale statistics, so variations in time and location will also exist. To take an example, this global map shows how temperatures from last December compare to previous years. It was made by Dr. Eric Kolstad, who is joining us in the room today. And the deep red regions, which you can see dominating equatorial regions, for example, show where December 2023 was the hottest in this record. Now, at the same time, in different regions around the world, places like Scandinavia and East Asia were experiencing their coldest December in perhaps the last 50 years or so. If we take a moment to focus just on Kenya, if you have very good eyes, you can see how in the northwest parts of the region, it was the warmest December in 2023, while on the eastern coast, they were experiencing the coolest temperatures for perhaps the last 40 years. So my message is here, even if the global averages are saying the warmest on record, there are significant variations in location and season which should be taken into account. When you're using climate information, please search for information that has sufficient detail for your region and season of interest. I'll pass back to Dr. Stefan Lyons now for a look at the seasonal variability.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. So we're about to hear the forecast for March to May 2024. This upcoming long rain season, it will be different from the last, and it will be different to the one before that. There are many reasons for this. There are many what we call drivers of variability that mean that the total rainfall that we will see over the region in this upcoming season will differ from year to year, both in intensity, in location, and total. One of the largest contributors of the most predictable part of this variability are our ocean temperatures. It's quite incredible, really, but through what we call a teleconnection, the surface temperatures of oceans such as the Pacific, 7,500 miles away, can actually influence the rainfall here in East Africa. And that's why we tend to look at drivers such as the El Niño Southern Oscillation, or ENSO, or the Indian Ocean Dipole, or the IOD. So we'll start by reviewing the current status of ENSO, and the figure on the left shows the temperature anomalies, that's the difference from normal, for the tropical Pacific, and we can see positive anomalies for the central and the eastern Pacific, demonstrating the pattern that we typically see for El Niño. And we know that we've been experiencing this El Niño event for many months. And the current status is indeed still El Niño. Looking at this chart on the right-hand side of Niño 3.4, which is one way that we measure the El Niño Southern Oscillation, we can see the blue on the left-hand side is the remnants of the La Niña from early last year, and the developing El Niño in orange, peaking in around late November. It's been slightly cooling since then, but we have to rely on numerical models or statistical models to look to the future to see what we might expect for the coming months. And this chart from NOAA is showing that the percentage chance of El Niño persisting over the March to May period will be around 75%. So with fair confidence that El Niño will at least persist into the first half of the season. But by June to August, that diminishes to 3%, meaning that there's relatively high confidence that El Niño will end at some point this year. Some of you may be noticing or looking ahead and seeing that there appears to be a potential return to La Niña later in the year. But I would just like to issue a word of warning about this. There is something called the spring predictability barrier that makes it very challenging at this time of year to forecast the status of the El Niño Southern Oscillation for the months ahead. Forecasts that start in winter do not predict El Nino or La Nina as well in and beyond spring. That's very different, say, if we were making a prediction in May for October time. So let's be cautious about what the long-term predictions are for ENSO at this stage. We also look to the Indian Ocean dipole because we know at certain times of year the IOD is very important for rainfall variability in this region. And indeed, we've already heard from Dr. Mazalin and Dr. Paulino that the IOD contributed to the significantly wet conditions over the region over the short rains period. The IOD is now currently neutral and is predicted to be neutral at the start of the season and very likely to remain neutral, perhaps becoming slightly positive by the end. But we always have to ask the question, how important is ENSO and the IOD for the coming season that we're looking at? It's very important for the short rains, and ENSO is important for the northern monsoon, the Karempt rains. But unfortunately, there is very little connection between ENSO and IOD and rainfall variability over the region. And that makes it extremely challenging to produce forecasts. And one of the reasons why we have to rely on these numerical models from global producing centers as ICPAC use in their forecast to make predictions for the March to May period. We can look at some other potential clues as to what conditions may be. One of the very important sub-seasonal or monthly timescale drivers is the Madden-Julian oscillation, this eastwards propagation of convective activity. And the MJO can bring wetter or drier conditions for regions of East Africa. However, it's only predictable to a few weeks' time. And for that reason, we must, yes, take the seasonal forecast issued today, but look at the updated forecast from both your national meteorological agencies and also ICPAC, the monthly updated forecast that will fold in the MJO and hopefully bring continued updates and quality to the forecast. Also, just very quickly, I want to mention the tropical cyclone forecast from the Met Office, because we know that cyclones originating from the Southwest Indian Ocean can affect seasonal rainfall totals, particularly for southern countries such as Tanzania. We find that we expect the remainder of this tropical cyclone season to be very close to normal. In conclusion, 2023 was the warmest year on record due to the presence of El Nino compounding that underlying human-induced climate change signal. And as Rosanna mentioned, 2024 is likely to meet or exceed that of 2023. El Nino conditions are present, but the models predict a weakening over March to May. And current IOD conditions are neutral and are probably expected to remain neutral. However, historical records show us that there is little link between ENSO and the IOD, making it hard to issue predictions using just ENSO and IOD alone. We know that subseasonal drivers like the Madden-Julian oscillation are important, so please, please stay up to date with the latest forecasts, and please all stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you both for the very nice presentations. Rosanna indicated how the global temperature continue to be the warmest in 2023 and also to continue in 2024, while at the same time emphasized the regional variation of this extreme temperature increase. And Dr. Stefan also presented the impact of El Nino, IOD, as well as MGO for the upcoming season. So making emphasis on MGO, and maybe scientists from the region later argue on the link between ENSO and IOD predictability for the season. So anyhow, I think it was very nice presentations and brief to the point. Now I call upon Dr. Hussein to take us to the presentation on the Climate Outlook Forum for the upcoming March, April, May for the region. Please, Dr. Hussein, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Hussein. I'm a climate modeling expert at ICPAC. I will be presenting the March to May 2024 seasonal climate outlook for the Greater Horn of Africa region. So as has been indicated by ICPAC Director Dr. Guled Altan, GHACOF started last week. So the climate scientists have been working on the generation of this regional and then also national forecast for the last 1 week. So the outlook that I will be presenting has been produced by the ICPAC climate forecasters and the modeling team in collaboration with the national Met forecasters. So I'm waiting the IT to share the slide. Yeah, thank you. So I will be starting by showing the climatological distribution of this March to May rainfall season over the region. So as we know, the season is very important for the southern and equatorial parts of the season. It contributes more than 30% over most parts of this region, particularly over parts of Somalia, Kenya, and southern Ethiopia. This season contributes more than 50%. So the season is very critical for those areas. This slide shows the thresholds for the different tertile categories for below, above, and normal rainfall. Since the seasonal climate outlook is represented in terms of tertile forecast, so it's good to understand those thresholds. So looking at those light green areas covering South Sudan, most parts of Somalia, Eastern Kenya, the threshold for below normal category is on average 170 millimeter, and the threshold for above normal rainfall is 195 millimeter. But looking at the other parts of the region, covering most of Somalia and most of Tanzania and Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, you can see the threshold for below normal rainfall is 600 millimeter, and the threshold for above is 700 millimeter. So it's important to understand those thresholds to interpret the seasonal climate outlook, particularly the probabilistic forecast. The ICPAC seasonal climate outlook is produced using the various global prediction models and downscaled them for the region. So for this season, we have used 9 global prediction model forecasts and calibrated them using 3 downscaling techniques. One is the canonical correlation analysis. Second one is the ensemble regression, and the third one is logistic regression. So these are the 3 statistical methods that we use to downscale the global model forecasts in our region. And each statistical method have its own strengths and weaknesses. So the final multimodal and multi-method average forecast is indicated on the right, as you can see. So what we are expecting for the season is wetter than usual conditions over most parts of the region, particularly over most parts of Somalia, Kenya, southern Ethiopia, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and northern parts of Tanzania. Particularly parts of western Kenya and cross-border areas of Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Uganda, they are showing very high probabilities for above average rainfall. There is a high chance for below normal rainfall over southeastern parts of Tanzania and parts of western Ethiopia and some localized areas over South Sudan. We also looked at the temporal distribution of the rainfall for March to May rainfall season. So for March, we are expecting enhanced rainfall over the southern parts of the region, except some pocket areas in southeastern Tanzania and northwestern parts of Tanzania. In April, which is the peak of the rainfall season, we are expecting enhanced rainfall over most parts of the region, particularly over Somalia, Kenya, southern Ethiopia, Uganda, and Rwanda and Burundi, which the season is contributing to more than 40% in those areas. In May, which is basically the start of the summer rainfall season, so the rainfall is shifting to the north, we are expecting enhanced rainfall in the equatorial sector, but depressed rainfall over parts of South Sudan and western parts of the region. We also looked at the analog years based on the current and predicted state of the large-scale systems. We looked at the current sea surface conditions, sea surface temperature conditions, and we correlated with the historical patterns. And we found that the current patterns are similar to the ones in 2016. So you remember, 2015 was one of the strongest El Niño years. Then after that, the sea surface temperature started declining in 2016. So what we see here is the sea surface temperature pattern over the tropical oceans. So we are seeing a warmer than usual sea surface temperature, particularly over the eastern part of the Pacific Ocean and western parts of the Indian Ocean. So this was due to the presence of the El Niño Southern Oscillation and the Indian Ocean Dipole. And as you have seen it in the earlier presentation, the sea surface temperature anomalies are still persisting and are expected to remain through this March to May rainfall season. We also looked at the evolution of the NINO 3.4 index over the Pacific Ocean, which is one of the indicators that we use for El Niño and La Nina conditions. And when you look at the patterns, we are seeing a decline in sea surface temperature over the Pacific. And looking at the past and the future, we are getting 2016 and 2010 have a similar patterns. So from there, we produced what happened in 2016 and 2010, and we are, have recorded above average rainfall over most parts of the region, as you see from the two maps. We have also looked at the probability of exceeding a certain user-defined threshold, 300 millimeter and 400 millimeters. These are particularly relevant for agriculture and food security sector. And looking at the probability of exceeding 300 millimeter, you can see there is a very high chance, more than 70%, over most part of the Western Greater Horn of Africa. And when you compare these probabilities with the historical period, we are seeing an increased probability for this coming season, particularly over southern Ethiopia, western Kenya, and parts of Rwanda and Burundi. Similarly, for 400 millimeter threshold. We also looked at the standardized precipitation index, one of this, the indicator used to indicate the wetness and dryness of a particular area. And we are seeing a moderate wet conditions over parts of the equatorial region for March to May rainfall season. But when you look at the cumulative from September 2023 up to May 2024, we are seeing a severely wet condition over most part of the region. This is due to the contribution of the October to December 2023 rainfall season. And looking at also even further from March 2023 up to May 2024, we are seeing again severely to extreme wet condition over parts of the region, particularly over eastern Kenya, southern Ethiopia, and parts of Tanzania. This is again mainly a contribution from March to May rainfall, and as well as October to December 2023 rainfall seasons. We have also analyzed the different global climate model forecasts in predicting the onset of rainfall over the region. On the left, what we see is the expected onset dates, and in the middle is what we are seeing, the standard deviation, and showing the level of agreement between the different models. And on the right is the probability for an early and a delayed onset. So looking at the left one, you can see the rainfall has already started over the southern parts of the region, and over parts of Kenya, southern Kenya, we are expecting an onset from first week of March, and over parts of Somalia, we are expecting an onset from the middle of April. And there is quite good agreement among the different prediction models over southern parts of the region, and as well as parts of Somalia and southern Ethiopia. Well, there is a big disagreement among the different ensemble members over parts of Kenya and South Sudan. So generally, there is a very high chance to a normal and early onset over most parts of the region, as you see from the map on the right, particularly over most parts of Kenya, southern Somalia, parts of Ethiopia, and Tanzania. We are expecting an early onset. Delayed onset is indicated in some pocket areas over southern parts of Ethiopia, some pocket areas, and parts of also South Sudan. We also looked at the length of maximum dry spell within the season. What is you see on the left is the expected maximum dry spell, and on the right is when is this maximum dry spell likely to occur. So we are expecting a maximum dry spell on those orange areas over Tanzania, Kenya, and parts of southeastern Ethiopia, which is a maximum length of dry spell from 8 to 10 days. And these are likely to occur over parts of Kenya, starting from first week of May, and over parts of Somalia, likely to occur from the middle of May. We have also analyzed the length of this maximum wet spells within the season. What is the maximum wet spell we are expecting within the season, and when is this maximum wet spells likely to occur again? So we are seeing maximum wet spells over southern parts of the region and also parts of western Ethiopia in a range from 6 to 10 days, while parts of this Somalia, southern Ethiopia, and eastern Kenya likely to have a very short wet days, 1 to 2, 4 days. And these are likely to occur during the peak of the season in April. Temperature is predicted to be warmer than average over all the region. There is a very high probability for above normal temperature, particularly over the northern part of the region, covering Sudan, northern Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibouti. And the probability for this above average temperature is 90% in those areas, while parts of western Kenya and northern parts of Tanzania and eastern Uganda, the probability for above average temperature is between 40 to 50%. In summary, we are expecting wetter than usual conditions over most parts of the region. And onset is likely to be normal to early, again, over the most parts of the Greater Horn of Africa region, even though there is a very high chance for a delayed onset in some pocket areas. Temperature is likely to be warmer than average all over the region, with a very high probabilities over the northern part of the region. That's all I have, and thank you very much. If you have any question, happy to respond.
Thank you, Dr. Hussein, again for the very nice presentation. I think the coming season is promising, with dominantly wetter than normal in most part of the region, except some pocket area over southeast Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Sudan to be partly below normal, and temperature is predicted to be above normal almost most part of the region. And this morning when in the opening session, Dr. Atan was saying that we have been sowing between season of drought and seasons of flood. I think the upcoming season is at least not in the drought phase, so wetter than normal. Thank you again, Dr. Hussein. We also thank you. I also thank you both, all the presenters. They deserve one round of applause, please, for all of them. Now we have 10 minutes for discussion. So we take comments, questions to the presentations. So who is, yeah, let's start from that side. So please continue.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm George William from Uganda. I start with the first presenter. It is really an excellent presentation, scientifically analyzed. I've loved that spot of saying ENSO has no or little influence on the mom, which is true with many studies. There is also one spot they talk about, that is what I also want to stretch. That is MGO and tropical cyclone. Those two needs to be closely monitored, particularly for these seasons, because they are the system that can disrupt our season, particularly for the onset, even in the middle, somewhere there. Then coming to the second presenter, I look at the overall focus for MAM. My concern is on the Karamoja, my country. Karamoja looks to be having above average rainfall this coming season compared to other countries. And we know during this period, the rain belt, Karamoja will be the last part to be covered by the rain belt. Then looking at it also, probability of accidents, 300 millimeters, still shows that Karamoja is going to get high. Then I look at the onset also, but the onset is talking about around March the 25th to April the 1st. Meaning, if you look at the MAM, we will be left with only April and May, 2 months. So if 2 months of rainfall for April and May, then we are seeing that Karamoja is going to be having more than average. And the probability of accident is also 300 millimeters high. Don't we think that we are going to have a serious disaster over Karamoja? That is the big question for all of us. Also, I look at also the onset probability for Karamoja sub-region. Definitely, I show that there is some patches of low. So, I think that one will be upon us, Uganda, to go detail into the breakdown of the regional forecast so that we can try to discuss. I know the media are here, the users are here. When they look at Karamoja, then they will escalate. We are going to have so much rainfall over Uganda, but more detail will be coming on. Thank you.
Same row in the front.
Let me join in thanking the presenters for the excellent presentation. My name is Philip Omondi, ECPAC. It is a common knowledge, scientists agree that March, April, May rainfall has got very little influence from the ENSO. But the approach we are using at ICPAC is objective. And using GCMs borrow heavily from the impact of ENSO over the rainfall in the region. And now that ENSO has little or no effect, how are we navigating across this so that the objective focus given does not mislead by taking ENSO impact into consideration? How about other means? We know there are other drivers of rainfall in the region. Were they considered in the 3 approaches that were used to get the focus? Thank you.
Thank you for the presenters. I'm Isaias from Ethiopia. I wanted to ask that when Dr. Hussein presented the climate outlook, it is more or less normal and above normal situation in the eastern part, except some parts of the eastern countries. So there is, when you make your prediction, you said there is hot condition. When the temperature side, you said the temperature is above normal something. And so is it any relationship with the temperature and the rainfall? Because when the temperature increases, the evapotranspiration increases. So if you link that situation also, maybe it has negative correlation with the rainfall amount. If the temperature is increasing, it will have a negative impact. So you didn't mention anything in that regard. Thank you.
Maybe to the second row.
Good morning. I want to thank the presenters, but I have a question. Djibouti, we know that Djibouti is very small. It's not very. It's very difficult to be seen in the map. But the forecast was not very clear for Djibouti. So I think the forecast for Djibouti was above normal for the country. I want to be sure. I want that you clarify this, please. Thank you.
Back. Thank you for the presenters. My name is Amalwak Nyanjui. To the second presenter, he talked that ENSO and IOD are not communicating well, so a prediction can become challenging for MAM. But I'm very delighted whatever Hussein said. As a livestock expert, I'm happy that our livestock will be comfortable. We know very well that rains will set up in March and also in April, and it will be wetter. So are the two communicating well, or is there a disparity? Thank you.
Backside, the first row.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I take this opportunity to thank all the presenters. My question goes to Dr. Stephanie. You talked on the Tonga eruption that led to increase in temperatures. How did this eruption affect? Was it that it led to depressions of the ozone layer, or how did it increase the temperatures that we have witnessed across the entire globe, and how long is this going to take? Thank you.
Have we finished this rows? Maybe close to. Yeah, Dr. David.
Thank you. Once again, great presentations, very clear and very informative. I don't have a long question this time, but I appreciate the detail with which you've given us the onset for the region. We are in a very unusual situation, and even non-climate people have been approaching us, even suggesting that we'll go into La Nina, because that is what they have seen in the past. Questions come from users of the information, and they may want to know what to do with the water could we say something about the cessation over the various parts that we are covering? An idea of that is important in this forecast. Thank you.
Just next. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My first question goes to Dr. Hussein. Thank you, Dr. Hussein, for your excellent presentation. In your summary, you mentioned that drier than normal condition will be expected over western part of Ethiopia in the coming March, April, May season. So as you know, MAM is not the dominant season for the western as well as southwestern part of Ethiopia, even if the models are indicating below normal conditions. So how can we generalize drier than normal condition because MAM is not their dominant season? My second question goes to Dr. Stefan, I guess. You mentioned that INSO and IOD have no effect on the MAM rainfall over the entire domain of East Africa. However, there are different publications that are published in Nature Communications as INSO have a direct impact on Greater Horn of Africa, March, April, May season or spring season. For example, for the case of Ethiopia, when the INSO status becomes above normal or El Nino condition, we will receive above normal rainfall in MAM, March, April, May season, whereas when the INSO condition becomes cooler or La Nina condition, it will affect the rainfall amount of MAM, March, April, May season over southern parts of Ethiopia. So could you give us some clarification? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Richard Muita from the Kenya Meteorological Department. I wish to also acknowledge all the presenters for the information they have given us. And for me, just a concern, and perhaps emanating from the earlier presentations, with regard to the onset of the season. Most often we find that we have delay in onset, but when we come to assess the performance of the previous season, we do not give any plausible explanation as to why the delay came about, like even in the last OND. And so in this case, I would wish to know from any of the presenters with regard to how do we deal with this question, because this is something I've seen in most of the other outlooks that we have been attending. For instance, we see there was an early projection of onset in the last season, and of course there were delays. Again, even in 2021, we saw a delay in the OND rains, although we had projected early rains. We also saw the same in March 2022. And so I don't know what explanation. I think it should be part of research, perhaps putting more resources into understanding why we have these delays so that we can be able to bridge that gap in the following forecasts. Thank you.
Maybe from the back, we have some 2-3 more. We are running out of time, so we take 3 more and then bring back to the stage for response.
Yes, thank you very much, the presenters. Mine goes to Dr. Stefan. I liked the correlation maps. You know how these drivers correlate with the seasonal rains. But what came to my mind, I related this to the morning presentation of the performance. I remember usually there is that correlation of El Nino with having an impact of La Nina over Ethiopia. But what we saw this time around, it indicated really above normal rains in Ethiopia. But all along, based on most of the studies, they've always indicated drier than normal conditions whenever we have La Nina and positive, whenever we have El Nino and positive Indian Ocean dipole. So, and as well with Mozambique, it's always like the same thing. So we'd like to understand what really came into the play to change that normal impact that is always experienced. Thank you.
Maybe two more hands behind. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Hilary Natumanya from Global Water Partnership Eastern Africa. Mine is rotating specifically on information dissemination. Yes, we are preparing this information, but the question is, how is it reaching to the end user? Because we really have less time from now to May. And of course, people have already started preparing to seed in their gardens, most especially like in Uganda. And you find that people are still depending on indigenous knowledge, given that this information does not reach on the ground person. So the question is, what are the mechanisms that have been put in place so that the local person is able to use this information than failing to realize the intended outputs within what they have targeted to achieve within that season? Thank you.
I think we have to stop here, otherwise. Maybe, okay, the last two hands around here.
Thank you for giving me the chance after moving from our side. So my name is Abul Qasim from Sudan. So regarding the El Nino and La Nina, I can see the impact of rainfall is vary from one country to another. For example, the case of Ethiopia. So I think it's better just to say which La Nina it is strong, weak, it's very strong, moderate. We need to identify which La Nina, which El Nino give which rainfall category. The index, how is it strong? Different, the effect will be different. So maybe the studies should be on the strengths and their impact on the rainfall in our region, not just Nino, La Nina like this. Thank you.
Yes. Maybe, do we have one more, the last one?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Akumo Christine Okot from Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development in Uganda. Thank you very much for the presentations. They were very informative. I got to learn actually a lot from it. My concern is maybe we needed to put the implications of these predictions to the various communities that will be affected, the regions and the countries. What are the implications of this? Because that can help us in the preparation of the various countries, the various communities on what they should do in order to, make, their life probably better. So what are the implications of this? Thank you.
Thank you very much for all participants for, these vibrant questions. So we try to reflect from the stage. Maybe we start with Dr. Stefan and then, please.
Okay, so thank you very much for those wonderful questions. There were quite a few that touched on the relevance of the El Nino Southern Oscillation and the Indian Ocean Dipole on March, April, May. And I think the gentleman down here also referencing a Nature paper on the potential for there to be some kind of link with ENSO and rainfall for this season in over parts of Ethiopia. So the maps that I showed in the presentation from Rosanna and myself were calculated by correlating one measurement of ENSO, called the Nino 3.4, with rainfall observations, rainfall measurements over East Africa. And if you take historical data from sort of 1980 to 2020, you can look and see how the rainfall performed compared to what ENSO was doing. And if you do that, you effectively look for connections between the two and try to correlate them. If you do this, if you do a simple correlation, you find, as the sort of correlation maps were showing, that there's almost no signal between ENSO and rainfall for the majority of the region. There's a very small location in central Ethiopia that indicates that there's I think a positive correlation with ENSO over this period. So I'd certainly be interested in looking at that reference paper more. But our sort of findings here indicate that there is no real strong teleconnection available. And of course, this is one of the reasons why it's been traditionally very difficult to forecast for the March, April and May period because of a lack of those teleconnections that we understand. And one of the reasons also why we need to start, as the ICPAC forecast does, with the dynamical models, because dynamical or numerical models, they contain all of the physics, all of the science that we think we know about the oceans and the atmosphere, and we'll be able to sort of pick up on atmospheric dynamics and rainfall teleconnections that we might not even be aware of yet. But certainly it's very challenging to see that teleconnection. That's very different from the June to September period, where ENSO is very important for the northern monsoon and the Kurempt rains, and for the short rains period, where there's a very strong connection between ENSO and also the IOD and rainfall over the region. And we can see that very, very clearly. There's such a strong correlation that you can make simple statistical predictions based on what ENSO and IOD are doing. And the reason that it varies throughout the year is because of the sort of general global atmospheric dynamics that bring moisture into the region and how that actually connects with the ocean temperatures. So it's really important when we talk about ENSO, when we talk about El Nino and La Nina, that we're all aware of what season and what region is affected by that particular teleconnection. I think there was a question from Dr. Amondi that touches a little bit on perhaps an area that Dr. Hussein would wish to comment on, but it was touching on how does the objective forecast deal with ENSO and make predictions even in the absence of a strong teleconnection there. And I think if I may answer part of that, I think the idea is that we start with the dynamical models that will pick up on far more than just the El Nino Southern Oscillation, but the forecast is calibrated with many different components, so it will pick up on patterns across the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and pick up on those links. So the objective forecast will be folding in much, much more about the atmosphere and the oceans than we can just observe by using a simple approximation of ENSO and the IOD. There was a question, I think it was directed to me on the Tonga volcano, but I believe my colleague Rosanna will be able to explain that.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you to the lady who asked the question about the Tonga eruption. I didn't see where in the room you are. Could you please just give me a small wave? Hi. Thank you very much. So, yes, the Tonga eruption, which is contributing to the record temperatures in 2023, perhaps is against expectation, because usually when we talk about the impact of very powerful volcanic eruptions, we expect that to lead to a temporary decrease in global temperatures. And that's because of the sulfate aerosols, which can settle in the stratospheric layer of the atmosphere, reflecting or dispersing solar radiation and acting to cool the temperature. But in this case, with Tonga, in January 2022, the eruption was underwater. So with the force of that explosion, it took water vapor from the ocean into the atmosphere. And water vapor is an extremely potent greenhouse gas. It acts to trap heat in the atmosphere, which causes those rises in temperatures. Now, thankfully, water vapor has a much shorter lifespan than other greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane. So we expect the impacts of the Tonga eruption to return to normal in terms of global temperatures within roughly about the next 5 years. So hopefully that helps to answer your question. Thank you.
One more chance.
Thanks, Rosanna. So I just wanted to respond to one of the first questions, which was touching on the importance of the MGO in the absence of any strong signal from ENSO and the IOD during this period. First of all, yes, I agree very strongly that we have an obligation, as I'm sure the National Met Services will be, to pay close attention to the progression of the Madden-Julian oscillation. Because there's a very strong correlation. In fact, I showed a diagram in the talk from Ben Mabey at the University of Leeds at the time, where there is a very, very good connection between the MJO in particular phases, like phases 1 and 2, and rainfall over the region. So if we can look at long-range forecasts and monthly forecasts issued by national Met agencies and ICPAC, we'll have a much better understanding of what the Madden-Julian oscillation is doing, where it is, and the strength of it. And we can make enhanced predictions, and the models will be able to pick up on where we may see enhanced or suppressed rainfall. So it's critical that we keep an eye on the Madden-Julian oscillation, particularly in March to May, in the absence of these particular drivers.
Thank you. Hussein?
Yeah, thank you very much. There are a number of questions for me. So I'll be starting from the first question on the concern for the Karamoja region. So the forecast is showing above normal rainfall over most parts of the region, including the Karamoja. But the probabilities for above over Karamoja region are higher compared to the other parts of the region. So what this indicates is that it's only the probability for that area. There is a high chance for above normal rainfall for that area. It does not mean Karamoja is likely to receive more rainfall than the other part of the region, but there is a high chance for that particular area to receive more than normal rainfall with respect to the climatology of the area. Again, for the probability of exceeding 300 millimeter, again, is showing higher probability for this March to May rainfall season compared to the climatology. So I think it is how we interpret it. So the forecast is not really indicating that Karamoja is going to receive more rainfall than the other, but it's showing there's a high chance with respect to the climatology. Second, I think Dr. Stefan have addressed it. It was a question from Dr. Omondi. Yeah, so the global climate models are the fundamental tools we use to predict the future state of the climate. So, but we know that global climate model have biases. So we have to correct that bias using the historical observation. So for that, we calibrate the forecast using different statistical calibration methods in ICPAC. So yeah, I don't want to go to the details of the statistical method. So these models, they already capture the processes, the interaction between the atmosphere and the ocean, and the land and the atmosphere, and so on. The third question was the relationship between rainfall and the temperature. It was from Ethiopia again. Yeah, so for example, if you look at the past season, we predicted above average over most parts of the region and higher than normal temperature again over most parts of the region, except some pocket areas over that northeastern part of Kenya, Somalia, where there is a very high rainfall. So the influence the temperature is because of the global warming. So it's not really because of this local factors, but it is because of the global warming. So you have seen even from Dr. Stefan's presentation that 2023 was the warmest, and 2024 is again going to be one of the warmest years. So we have to expect that one. Of course, in localized areas, if there is a very high cloud cover, it's likely to reflect the sunlight, and we likely to have below average temperature. Otherwise, it is difficult to relate temperature and rainfall at local and regional levels. The forecast for Djibouti, we know that Djibouti, this season is not the main rainfall season for Djibouti. The main rainfall season are June to September and October to December, if I am not mistaken. So, but again, compared to for Djibouti, is it the main rainfall season? JJS is the main one, yeah. But again, you still receive some rainfall during this March to May. So what this high probability is showing is with reference to that climatology of the MAM rainfall. Compared to the MAM climatology, are we expecting enhanced or depressed rainfall? So it's again is a way we interpret the seasonal climate outlook. Yeah, and from Dr. Kikungu, is there a cessation of rainfall? We produce that, but the cessation of the rainfall is very far from now. So we produce it, but we don't really share it with the users because the accuracy is not high, because it has a very long lead. So the cessation of the most part of the region is likely to be toward this end of May, or in some areas in the north likely to be in June. We produce this product, but when they request us, we share them. So they have to be very careful when they use it, but the product is available. From Dr. Asamno over Ethiopia, drier than normal season is predicted over western part of Ethiopia. And again, this is not the main rainfall season for Ethiopia. But if you look at the monthly distribution of the rainfall, so it is because of May. So we have that forecast, the one I showed. We have a forecast for March, April, and May. So over that western part of Ethiopia, it is because of May. It's not because of March and April. On the scale of the onset forecast, I think that is important. And there is a need for research. Yeah, I think that one, I fully agree, even if you look at the product that I have shown here. So the way we calculate the onset is we used more than 200 predictions from global climate models, and we calculate the onset from each model. And we show that variation, the agreement between the different ensemble members. I think that one it will help us to interpret the forecast. So over part of Kenya, we have seen a very high disagreement between the different global prediction model, 10 to 20 days. So there is that variation. So we need to consider again in using this onset information, we have to also consider looking at the model agreement over that area. About how is this information reaching the last mile users? I think that is the challenge we have at national and also regional levels. So I think one way is through the National Meteorological Hydrological Services. They work with the local communities. At regional level, we are involving the media, so the media can play a significant role in disseminating the information. So we have been involving them in the past, but still reaching the last mile is a major challenge. And I think my colleagues can answer that one better than me. And the implication of the forecast on the different communities and I think sectors, and this will be discussed again with the different sector leads here. So we'll have a breakout session, and they will be looking at the impact of or the implication of the forecast on the different socio-economic sectors, and they develop advisories, and possibly they can also look at the implication on the different communities. I think those are the questions that I have received. And if I missed any?
I think all addressed well. Thank you very much, all the three presenters. I think we took a little bit of time, but it has been very important discussions. So once again, we thank the three presenters, Dr. Rosanna, Dr. Stephanie, and Dr. Hussein. Please give us a round of applause. So thank you very much. We conclude this session with this one. Thank you.
Thanks, our moderator, Ilmariam Gineve, for that wonderful session. We wanted to be as much interactive as much as possible, and I think we have hit the target. I want to make a few announcements. It's unfortunate that we started a bit late, so we shall make a few adjustments on the program. Maybe let us have a presentation of the next. Okay, fine. On the exhibition, it will continue. I know some of you have already visited those booths, but it will continue as planned. But I request that if you want to, you can scan. There was a code. You either visit our website or there is a code. Just put a code again, the link. Just scan and see what those exhibitions are about. I'm seeing on the screen here, but no, yes. Okay, fine. You can just scan the code. Okay, that is it. Just scan, or you can visit our website. Thank you. Make use of time. Just pass there. It will be on as indicated on the timetable. It's between 15:30 to 16:30. Okay, then next on the co-production session, we have different rooms. Just roll the slide, the next slide. Okay, those are sector breakout rooms. Agriculture will remain here, okay, in this particular hall. Communication and media royal, ground floor. Livestock, same on the ground floor. Water and energy, also ground floor. BRR and health sector. Those are your rooms. I know it's lunchtime, but I want to appeal to you that you join those rooms first before you proceed for lunch. And lunch will take place at sunset. Downslope, you take downslope. Then from there, you'll either go to the first floor using the lift, or you can just walk through the stairs. But this information will be followed wherever you'll be in the various sector room. We shall try to guide you so that you don't miss lunch. There is, because of user demand on re-engineering GHACOF, we are taking it tomorrow at 2 p.m. Okay, re-engineering GHACOF or farming of GHACOF, 2 p.m., 14 hours to 15 hours tomorrow, to give time for co-production sessions that will just begin straight away. And we want to state that we don't want to limit time for co-production sessions. But later on, we will be followed by two events, side events, that is for water and agriculture. It will be announced in your sector room. So just follow the program the way it is. Without much ado, those are your rooms. Just continue to those rooms so that the sector heads can take the lead. Then after that, you can head to lunch. Thanks. If there is any other issue, please try to see me so that I can be able to guide you in the next steps. Thank you so much. Let us head to co-production sessions. Okay, then thereafter we go for lunch. Thank you. Agriculture remain here. Other sectors just go downstairs. Can we go to our rooms? They form rooms, then they go around. They just know. Please just, the thing is just go to the rooms, know where your room is, then you head to lunch. Somebody was talking about side defense, called farming impact-based seasonal outlooks, symbol, down to earth. It will be in the water sector room. The moment you go to the sector room, then you'll get that. Then for agriculture.
One request. So for agriculture and food security, we remain in this room. And I suggest that when we go for lunch, we come back at 1:45. Remember, we were to start this co-production session earlier. So I request that you come back at 1:45 so that we try and catch up on the lost time. For agriculture, I think we can head for lunch now, and then we come back at 1:45. Yes.
Glad you said that. There's some confusion.
Yes.
So lunch is now.
Yes.
We come back at 1:45.
1:45, yes.
I think you must repeat that.
Yes.
This room is for agriculture. I see so many farmers here. The sector head is telling me that they will just sit at the center there. Okay? The sector lead will take control. The, Oliver, take control of your room.
I still see agriculture and food security people here. I see Maslin, I see focal points who are here. Please let's head for lunch and then we come back at 1:45 to the plenary. Sheila, I see you. I see Ahmed and many more people.
I'm seeing laptops around. Please take care of your property so that later on you you shouldn't cry. Just make sure that your laptop, your bags are with you, are in your control. Thanks.
Check, check. Sound check. nti bulijjo wetegerezanga nnyo abantu mutabagana obulungi abawala nalwe baba bangi ne babalemesawo omukwano jukira lwe twali ffembi abatulaba balaba bubi olwokuba mbife tussa kimu ne tubalemesa
Attention for agriculture, you are most welcome, including PR of Djibouti, you are most welcome to agriculture and food security session. I suggest we move closer. Let's sit to the left side of the room, and I request all of you to move closer to the front because we are not too many, so that we get ready to start our session. So let's move closer, please. Peter, I see you. Meanwhile, we will try to project. So I'm just coordinating with the IT at the back. So please bear with us on that. Yeah, that's my laptop. Let me come there.
Nimeshiba. Kulinga alienda wapi? Nilikuwa naye. Nilimwacha. Yu wapi bwana? Huko kwa lunch. Oh, kwani Ese lunch iko juu. Haujakula? Nimekula. Nimeng'ang'ana na msliwo wake. Atakuja tu. Lakini hii sio sekta yake. Hii ni agriculture, si ndio? Ya hii ni agriculture. Niko tu hapa. Nitawapatia registration. Wacha tubaki hapa. Labda nifunge na baki. Sisi nitateremka chini. Ni nione sekretari kupatia na hiyo nini. Sawa, Mike. Na hii sini yetu hapa. Iko on.
Utapatia nani? Iko on. Utapatia nani? Hiyo sasa iko on.
I was practicing.
You are practicing. So kindly let's move in front and then we will start our session. Move closer to the first two rows of the tables in front. This one, Let me see. Yeah. So, James, Suleiman, I request you move to this side, please. Oh, you're okay there, eh? Okay, fine. Fantastic. Yeah, okay, it's fine. So I think with the interest of time, we are going to start this session. And remember, this is a session that was supposed to start at 11:45, and we are starting at around 2:10. So we really need to be very strategic on how we use time. We are to complete the task that is ahead of us. So first of all, I think most of us, we know each other, but there are a few people who are new. So maybe we are going to introduce the new people. I see, so kindly introduce yourself. I think it's your first time.
It's the first time I'm here in person, yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Kim Christensen. I'm with FAO as an anticipatory action and fragility, conflict, and violence expert. Most of you will know my colleague Brenda Lazarus, who's on maternity leave, and in her absence, I also co-lead the FSNWG.
Thank you, and now I know you myself, just from that introduction.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and happy to be here. So I'm well known here, but I can still repeat myself, Joseph Mutemi, University of Nairobi, and yeah, quite a long experience on this. And I would like to see how my younger careers are doing it very good. Oliver, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mutemi. I think welcome back. You've been here with us, and it's been a long time, so you are most welcome. We have Chetan.
Hi. Thanks, Oliver. I'm Chetan Deva from the University of Leeds. I've been building an early warning system for forecasting NDVI with Oliver.
Thank you, Chetan.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Doreen. I'm working with UNMA.
Thank you, Doreen, and most welcome. Who did I forget? I see. Not you, Tesfaye, we know you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ferdinand Nyomukunzi from Burundi. I'm a meteorologist.
Thank you. Do we have the focal point for Somalia? Where is Abosto? I think it's your first time. So we have a new focal point from Somalia by the name Abosto. And also a new person from Djibouti, that's Warsame, who is not, I think they are still taking lunch. Our summer is just entering right now. So we are going to start our session, and briefly, we are going to start with the forecast for the March, April, May season. I know we've already, this has been already presented in the plenary, but there are some additional information that is in this presentation, like the intra-seasonal characteristics, the start of the season, the cessation, and also the length of growing period. So I welcome my colleague Maslin, and kindly, please take 5 minutes. We already know most of this, so please focus on the areas that, yeah.
I know you. Yeah, my brother. Yes, exactly. I talked to Mudar, So he said.
So good afternoon, everyone. So I'll just mostly focus on the most important parts. So what we are showing here is the total rainfall that is usually received during the March, April, May season. So you can see from here that it's parts of Ethiopia. So we have parts of Ethiopia and then some parts of Tanzania, and then over the Lake Victoria region into Uganda, where we're expecting to receive close to 700 millimeters. And then also looking at the contributions, we can see that in terms of percentage.
Move closer to the mic, please?
I'm far.
It's, you are not so loud.
Okay. And now? It's better?
It's better now.
Or it's too loud?
Yes. No, it's good.
Okay. So I was discussing about this percentage contribution to annual total rainfall. So what we can see here is that these are the areas where we have at least 30% of total annual contribution. And then we also have some parts of Ethiopia and then and Somalia, where the total contribution is up to 60%. Then in terms of what is defined as below normal and then also above normal, so we can see, like, if we are looking at these parts of, I don't know what happened there. Okay. So if we are looking at these parts of South Sudan, so what we see is the threshold for below normal is 170 millimeters, and then for above normal is 195 millimeters. And then over parts of Tanzania, the above normal threshold will be 700 millimeters, and then the below normal will be 600 millimeters. And any rainfall between 600 and 700 will be the average rainfall. So I think Hussein explained this one in terms of where we are expecting to receive enhanced rainfall. So we can see we have higher probabilities of enhanced rainfall over these cross-border areas, and then also some parts of Kenya. And then we're expecting to get depressed rainfall over the eastern parts of Tanzania, the western parts of Ethiopia, and then also some parts of Eritrea. Now, in terms of the monthly outlooks, so for the monthly outlooks, we are expecting to receive enhanced rainfall from March and then also April during the peak of the rainy season, and then also May. The analog years, so analog years are just mostly used for reference to what we have experienced before. So these ones are not part of the objective forecast, but the reason why we produce the analog years is so that people can come up with advisories from past experience. And in this case, what was closer to what we'll be experiencing this year will be 2010 and 2016. And from both of these, we can see that we are expecting enhanced rainfall over most parts of the region, except over a few areas where we can see there was depressed rainfall. And then these are the probabilities of exceedance. In terms of probability of exceedance, we are expecting most parts of Uganda, Western Kenya, Burundi, Rwanda, and then also Tanzania. We are expecting the rainfall to exceed 300 millimeters. This is a higher chance of exceeding, over 90% chance of exceeding. And then we are also expecting a lower chance of exceeding 300 millimeters over parts of Somalia, and then some parts of South Sudan, and then also over these areas in Tanzania. Now, looking at the departure from historical, we see that these chances are mostly enhanced in parts of Kenya, Uganda, and also Tanzania. And then...
Can I quickly interrupt?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about departure from historical.
Mm-hmm.
Are you expecting those the probabilities of 300 millimeters more than the long-term mean? That's a lot. Why 300 more than the long-term mean?
No, not 300 more than the long-term mean. So we are saying...
Departure from what does historical mean?
So what we are saying, so this one is what is your chance of getting 300 millimeters, yes. Right? Yes. So these are the probabilities.
Yes.
And then now we are saying, before, what was your probability of getting 300 millimeters from the historical data? It's not 300 more.
Okay.
But now we are comparing that, what we are forecasting now and what we usually experience. What are some of the differences?
And what is the scale there? Is that percentage or millimeters?
These are percentages.
Okay.
So like in this area, so here, I think it's between what, 20 and 30, right?
Yeah.
So then when we look, I chose the wrong place. Let's look at this one below here. These ones. This one, they are all percentages. Here. Okay, so maybe let me start again. So, this 300, so this, we are saying you have a chance of receiving 300 millimeters, right? Does everyone agree?
Can I just interrupt again? Sorry, because I think we need to understand where you got the 300 and 400. So 300 millimeters is a threshold for growing crops.
Yes.
Below 300, you're going to struggle to grow crops. So now they want to indicate to you what is the percentage chance of getting above 300. Mm-hmm. So where it's green, it's a very, very good chance. Where it's red, it's less of a chance. And then if you've got a crop that needs maybe 400, they give you another map showing 400 millimeters. And there you can see, obviously, there's going to be more red there because the chances of getting 400 are smaller than the chances of getting 300. But now the departure from historical, I'm not sure what the intention of that map is. So maybe you can explain that, because I think that's very confusing.
So the intention of, maybe before we go to what you, Pangech, you understood the 300 and the percentages first? Okay. So what this is, I forgot. So what this is, my understanding was this was co-produced with the users. Mm-hmm. So 300, I think it was focusing on beans, and then 400 maybe maize. So you are saying that to grow beans, you need at least 300 millimeters of rainfall, right? And then now we are saying from our forecast, so if you look at our forecast, remember the forecast is not like deterministic, right? It's probabilistic. So we are saying from there, when we look at our forecast, what is the chance that in the upcoming season, or what is the probability in the upcoming season that will exceed 300 millimeters? So that's your probability of exceeding a certain threshold. And then from there, you are saying, so if it looks this green, it means my chances of exceeding 300 millimeters are very high. So if I wanted to grow a crop that needed 300 millimeters, then I can go ahead, right? Now with 400, if you look at this, like all these parts of Kenya, some parts of Somalia, these areas are not going to exceed 400 millimeters. So if a crop requires 400 millimeters, there's no need for them to grow it because there isn't enough water for that, right? So now what this one, back to Peter's question, what this one is showing is, so now I'm saying that this is my chance of receiving 300 millimeters. How does it compare from what we've been experiencing in the past? So the point of this one is to show like how different is it what I'm looking at now from what I've been given in the past. So I don't know if users feel like this is useful information or this is confusing.
I think also Peter was saying, where do you bring which historical, which story you are talking about? Is it 2010 and 2016 you are talking about, or which one?
So this one is 1991 to 2020. So we are looking at what is the difference with what we are forecasting now for 2024 compared to what was happening between 1991 to 2020. So it's comparing with the climatological period.
Yeah, and the blue shows that you are likely to get more than the climatology.
Yes, the
and
chances
the red one means you are areas that are going to be less than, and looking at the same threshold of 300 millimeters. So this is a useful tool, product, but it needs us to understand really. This
So the bluer this map is, the better the skill is this year. I think that's the message. If the map is more blue than red, then it's more reliable this year than it has been in the past. If you go to the 400 millimeter map, it's the same thing, but there's a little more red there. So I think that's the message that you're not telling people, you know, because the scale goes right up to 50 and minus 50, and you never see that, but you are seeing slight changes between blue and red. And I think the interesting thing is that the bluer it is, the more likely, or the more skill it has, and the more likely it's going to be that way. Am I getting that correct?
Continue.
Is that correct?
It's technically not the skill. Huh? It's more like you are likely to receive more than what you were receiving, not skill.
Yeah, but the message from Peter is the right one.
Yeah.
So maybe if you remove the skill, the message is that one. Yes. I think that was a typo. It was not the skill there. Yeah, it is about chances. Yes.
So I guess we can move on to the standardized precipitation index, which is a measure of how wet or how dry a place is. So from here, what we can see is that consistent with the forecast, we can see that we are expecting moderately wet conditions during the MAM season over parts of Kenya and then also parts of Somalia and then Ethiopia. And then we are expecting moderately dry conditions over some parts of Tanzania. And then when we look at the 9-month SPI, so this is produced by combining the observed rainfall from September and then also the forecast data. we can see that in terms of the hydrological droughts, we are expecting this to be moderately wet to severely wet over most parts. And then also going to the 15 months, we are expecting it to be wet, with only a few areas where, like, I think this was mostly contributed from the JJAS season, where we can see that when we are looking at the 15-month SPI, it's drying. And then in terms of the onset, we are expecting a progression from the south to the north, where we have onsets in early February, and then we have the onset sometime in May over some parts of Somalia, and then some parts of South Sudan, and then also Ethiopia. And then in terms of the spread of the onset, we can see that there's large spread over parts of Kenya, parts of South Sudan, and then also some parts of Somalia. So here the models were forecasting onset dates that were different, and we have more confidence over these areas where the models had more agreement. And then when we look at the probabilistic forecast, what we see is that we have mostly near normal to early onset over most parts, with delayed onset over parts of Ethiopia. And then in terms of the length of the dry season and the timing, we can see of the dry spell, we can see that we have dry spells of up to 10 days over most parts of the region, and then up to 6 days over parts of South Sudan, and then the western parts of Ethiopia. And then in terms of this timing, we have these dry spells occurring sometime in April over parts of Tanzania. And then when we look at parts of Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, we have these occurring later in May. And then the maximum wet spell, so these maximum wet spells are the spells where we have at least 5 millimeters a day. So we are expecting up to 6 days where we have at least 5 millimeters over parts of southern Somalia, most parts of Kenya, and then also South Sudan. And then looking at parts of Tanzania, and then western parts of Ethiopia, western Kenya, and most parts of Uganda, we are expecting 6 to 10 days. And then we're expecting 1 to 4 days over southeastern Ethiopia, northern Somalia, and then some parts of northeastern Kenya. And then the start of these wet spells, there will be sometime in April over most parts of Kenya, and then this will extend all the way to sometime in May in parts of Somalia, and then Ethiopia and South Sudan. And then in terms of cessation, so we are showing the climatology, and then as Hussein said, we need to take care of the cessation dates, because our forecast is not as accurate for the cessation as for the onset, because it's long lead time. So we are expecting cessation. So this is the climatology. So normally we expect cessation sometime in April to May over parts of Tanzania, and then also over parts of Kenya. And then these areas, so if we look at this also has the June, July, August season. So we don't really expect cessation over these areas. The same with South Sudan. This will continue into JJS and also over parts of Ethiopia. And then in terms of anomalies, we don't expect much differences. The length of the rainy season, so because of the onset, what we'll be expecting is extended. We are expecting longer length of rainy seasons over parts of Kenya, and then some parts of northern Tanzania. And then temperatures, we're expecting warmer than usual temperatures over most parts of the region, with the highest probabilities of Sudan, the northern parts of South Sudan, Ethiopia, and then also Somalia, and then the southern parts of Tanzania. So I think I'll hand it back to you, Oliver.
Thank you, Marceline, and I think you are here with us, so no worries. You can. I think there are going to be some questions, but maybe just some small highlight on the presentation that is done by Marceline. I just wanted to highlight that this map here is most important, as this is actually shows where we need to focus. You can see most of the equatorial parts, much of Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, Kenya, Central and Southern Somalia, Southern Ethiopia, Southern South Sudan are actually critical, including these parts are significant, and those are the parts where actually the agricultural, and also northern Tanzania, because if you go to the central and south, the season is already ongoing. So in terms of start of the season, those are the areas of focus. And just to give a summary, short summary of what Dr. Marceline said, we expect actually wet season in most parts of the region with high probabilities. I think the highest is 65 and also 55, which is significant. And also chances of getting rainfall exceeding 300 millimeters is also high in most parts of the region. In terms of start of the season, we are seeing that the season is going to be in most areas near normal to early, but we have localized the late start of the season in few areas. Also in terms of dry spell, I saw the maximum that we can get from the forecast shows that we are getting between 8 to 10 consecutive days of rainfall less than 1 millimeters. And normal cessation, though we are asked to use the cessation product with a lot of caution. And now as a result of the two, a likelihood of extended length of growing period. So those are some of the information, but because this is the foundation, maybe I just open the floor for 2 or 3 questions, and then we go to the next session. Is there any other question? I think we already got some questions. Do we have any question? Yes, we have one at the back.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Mahmoud Amin. I work for WFP Somalia. The maps you've presented is quite informative, but where I have worry is in Somalia, as majority of the maybe participants know, because of insecurity, there are some regions which are not accessible completely. And some of the regions who are actually the producing regions for the majority of the cereals which are locally grown in the country comes from the insecure areas where the flooding for the OND was actually happening a lot. When you look the map, the NDVI and overall the rain that actually happened last year, the last quarter of last year, is that this area is more likely to remain wet even beyond January, February, March, because of the amount of rainfall it has received, and also area having a lot of farmlands because of the 2 rivers actually were passing there. Now the question is, some of these areas cannot be accessed. And when you take such satellite images like the one you are showing, it looks fine. But how can he justify at some point that whatever we can see in the presentations is the actual things on ground? Because this area cannot be accessed. Sometimes when we are having or attending the IPC workshop, we critique on us. How comes that the imagery you are getting from the satellite transforms exactly what is happening at the ground? And it is difficult sometimes to answer.
Thank you. And I think I will not give to Maslin, because that question, the reason why we have focal points actually who have context information, and that is actually the session that we are going next. But most of these information are based on the data. It's a mix of satellite and also station data at our member state level. But it is a question, it's a critical question you raised, and it needs to be handled in the next session where we are going to generate advisories for the same. So that's what we call actually context-specific kind of, it's not only climate, there are other drivers that contribute. So maybe in the next session, because you are from Somalia World Food Program, Somalia, you can join the Somalia team as we try to generate the advisories. Any last question? We have one last question here. But meanwhile, I request the IT to project the second presentation.
No, just before you project, because my question was on this one. I think because this is an agricultural sector, we need those colors to reflect something, because I'm seeing, if you look at them, that section of northern Kenya, the rains are very low on the March and even May, but now, and then you see that yellow of 70 millimeter to, we needed maybe to show what can be done there. Can there be pasture? Is it below pasture level? So that now this map can, somebody else, when it is for agriculture, somebody else can say, maybe this area you can grow maize or you can have pasture. So that it is more reflective or more applicable.
It's a good point, and so we can do that easily. I think that is a good suggestion we can do. We can overlay these maps with the crop growing areas for this particular, because we are focusing on crop production. We could also do the same for the rangeland. So that's a point well taken. Thank you. Now we are Would you kindly project the other slide? IT. So now we are going to the section where we want to generate our interventions and measures that we are going to take as a sector based on the forecast. So it's actually what we call forecast-based advisories for sectors. And the main objective of this one is actually in every season we see opportunities. So how do we, like this season of March, April, May, we've seen from that forecast that there are likely to be some opportunities that we need to maximize. So how do we do that so that we increase food production? So that one we can, by exploring the opportunities and taking advantage of that. But also with every season, even if it is good, there are also some challenges and negative impacts. So we also need to strategize on how to mitigate these negative impacts with the overall objective of improving the quality of life for our people, because mainly in our region, most of our enterprises are mainly rain-fed. And that is why climate information is very key. So just to give you a guide, so what we expect from you is to state some of the positive sectoral impacts as a result of the forecast information. So look at the probabilistic forecast information, include the onset, the dry spells within the season and other intraseasonal characteristics, putting all those into consideration, and now you formulate some of the positive impacts. So after the positive impacts, we also expect you to generate the negative impacts that are expected within this coming season based on the forecast. And lastly is for you to generate key response measures and advisories based on the forecast. And this one we request you to present realistic response measures. So response measures that can actually be taken at a country level or ground level. And most important is for you to relate to the positive and negative implications. So for every positive impact that you give up there, you should give a measure on how to take advantage of that, because that is an opportunity. And for every negative impact that you mention up there, based on the forecast, you have to give a mitigative measure as an advisory. So that's our next session, which is actually going to be the main session for this part. And we are going to do it per country. So if there is no question, is there a question on this? But as we wait for questions, I request focal points for countries to stand. So for South Sudan, we have John Pangech. So John Pangech is just in front here. So colleagues from South Sudan and other people interested, please join John Pangech. We have Sheila from Uganda. Please raise your hand, Sheila. So colleagues from Uganda, kindly join Sheila. We have Isaias from Ethiopia. Yeah, the question will come, no worries. So we have Isaias from Ethiopia. So please join him. Isaias, you will have to go to maybe this table. Yes? Yeah, Samira, we have Sudan, good. We didn't get Hamza, but I'm glad we have Samira. So for Samira, colleagues who are interested for Sudan, you can join Samira. We have Burundi, Claudette. So Claudette is there. We have James, Kenya. We have Rwanda, Yes, we have Rwanda. Did I forget someone? Yes, we have Warsame, Djibouti. So please join him there. Somalia, yes. Where is Abosto? Abosto, are you here? You are most welcome. This is your first time, and we are going to send people to support you. I think same to Warsame. So we will support you because I think this is your first time. So we are going to do this in the next 30 to 40 minutes in the interest of time. Is that okay? Yes, so thank you very much. I shared already the template. Please use that template. And then after 40 minutes, that's going to be, now is 14:40. So we will report back at 15:20. So let's get working, and I request ICPAC team to support particularly the Somalia because it's his first time, and also Djibouti. So thank you very much, and we report back at 15:20. And Okay, so let's start. Thank you.
Let's confirm chini so that when you pull, what we do, we just track it. Exactly. Which one? Is that okay? Yes, a little bit. You have to make sure. Attention. I just wanted to add one clarification that did not come out in my presentation. If you look at the last slide of the template, it says advisories for the least likely scenario. So you see we are using what is called scenario planning in generating all these advisories. We are not working with the most likely alone.
So on that last one, just an explanation, so that we do not put our eggs in one basket, can we try also to generate for the most unlikely? The most unlikely scenario in this case is below normal. So can we have some small contingency to cover in the event of that? So just an explanation for the last slide. It's a bit confusing, but I think over time we will get to understand the concept of scenario planning. Thank you.
Yeah, it is the one. It is the one. We don't know where we're going.
Okay.
It's 11:20, 15:20 now. So can we add an additional 10? 10 minutes will do? Do you still need more? 15? Okay, so we add 15 minutes and then we report back to the plenary. 10 minutes. So we resume at 15:40. Yeah, put it. In fact, even in the report that AMSA sent, he was saying the displacement. He talked about the displacement. So it's now 15:40. So we are going to go to the plenary. So kindly share with me your presentations, what you've prepared. And we are way back in terms of time-wise, we are not doing very well. So kindly share with me your country presentation. If you don't have a PowerPoint, if you've written in just in paper form, just it's okay. You will just go in front and share with us what you have. So, who is ready to start? Somalia is ready to start. So kindly just share with me and then we will project. Share with my email. Yes. And all the other countries, kindly share with me.
Yes, a little bit. A little bit. A little bit. It used to be there. Yes, because my charger cable. It is.
Do it. So we are going to start with Rwanda. So Rwanda is ready. So kindly, Bisangwa, kindly go in front and I will show you how to navigate the slides. And if you can take 5 minutes, yes, use the one up there. So 5 minutes. Can we please now listen?
Thank you, River. For Rwanda, expected positive sectoral impact for MAM. As from the previous presentation since this morning, we are expecting to have above normal rainfall, which can lead to good crop prospect in March to May season. This will be a continuous from the current season. So we're expecting also to have a good rainfall distribution for this season. That also can improve the health crop. And also from the presentation, there is also expected early onset, which can conducive for early planting and land preparation. So for negative impact, due to above normal, we are expecting also to see soil erosion due to flash flood, and likely this will reduce the vegetation cover, and also early onset may affect land preparation and planting for this season, because the season also is always start since the beginning of February. Also, we're expecting to see more crop and animal pest and disease due to the enhanced rainfall and also warm temperature. So the key response measure and advisory for Rwanda, we advise farmer to speed up the land preparation and planting. We continue to encourage farmer to join subsidy program, mostly this Ngunganire system for input, mostly seed and fertilizer. And also due to the rainfall, above normal rainfall, we are encourage farmer to join the National Agriculture Insurance Scheme, which is cover crop and animals to minimize the impact from the weather condition that can occur in this month. We will continue to do the regular crop monitoring to fight the pest and disease due to enhanced rainfall and home temperature. And also we are planning to have the first session after this GHACOF to early dissemination of the season forecast. We are planning to have this coming Friday, not than Friday. And also we need to continue to promote the conservation agriculture practice due to the wet condition to reduce evaporation and also soil and water loss. Also, we continue to promote storage option. Due to that, we have this unanswered landfall to harvesting water, as we can need that water in the coming season. So for season sector contingents for the risk likely tester, there is a program we have in Rwanda where we are marked a budget for strategic grain reserve. For this year, we have maize, beans, and rice. And also there is a ongoing campaign now in Rwanda to maximize the non-utilized land for season crop cultivation. This has been started this current season, and there has give some result where we have been doubling the production. So this is all from Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you, Rwanda. I think you are within your time. So just one, maybe on this SNS system, I have a question. This SNS system, is it free for all, or you need to pay so that you can register? And on the pests, maybe you don't have to comment, but you can add, because you mentioned about pests are some of the negative impacts, but what are some of them? Do you have an idea of the most likely pests that has prevalent in such a season like this one? So you can add that one to the presentation, but you can comment on the SNS. Yeah.
So the SMS is free. If anyone wants to join as a farmer, it's free. There's no any cost to join the SNS. Thank you.
So, is there any question for Rwanda? Any feedback? Before we go to the next presentation. It's clear? Okay. Oliver? Who is next? Kenya. James, you are next. Use the body.
So good afternoon, everyone. This is a part of what Kenya has come up with. I had a very good team from various sectors. Do I move from here?
There is something to scroll.
I thought there was. Yes, this one. So this slide comprises of both the positive and negatives that our team came up with. Part of the positives is that we are expecting adequate moisture for crop production. So with this scenario, we shall have adequate water for in our reservoirs for irrigation and domestic use, leading to expanded acreage under crop production. This is the main season for Kenya. Then there'll be a likelihood, when we have expanded crop production, there'll be a likelihood of average to above crop production. There is already an initiative on giving farmers subsidized fertilizer and seeds. So coupled with the good environment, with the wetter than normal condition, we expect some improved harvest. There will also be some boost in the availability of the short season crops, mainly the vegetables, some little pulses, and so there will be availability of the food within that short period for those short season crops. We already have some other programs which we have already initiated as a government about issues of land commercialization. This may not really be affected by the weather, because we had already established that with or without the weather we are going to do irrigation. So there will be commercialization of especially the cereals and also rice production, which the government had already invested. If you looked at the report that was presented in the morning about Kenya, we had already invested adequate resources for irrigation and also for the expanded irrigation and provision of subsidy seeds and subsidy fertilizer. Then the expected negative impacts include maybe the likelihood of flash floods, which could be destroying some of our farms. There could be upsurge of pests and diseases. Probably this is part of what we discussed when we were planning when we were mobilizing our department in charge of pests and diseases. And we have adequate chemicals for African armyworms and also for fall armyworms. We already have adequate capacities. So it's a matter of mobilizing and going to the areas that we suspect could be having such. There could be possibility of soil erosion and landslides in some slopy areas, which could affect some of the planted crops. Silting of the water reservoirs and destruction of irrigation infrastructure. And there could also be inaccessibility of to the farms and to the market due to infrastructural damage. Some of the key responses, we are going to advise our farmers, given now the prediction, to prepare their farms early, to expand the area that they were ready to grow their crops, and also to procure the adequate inputs, which the government is already doing through e-voucher for those farmers who are registered. Then we shall also advise government to expand. As I said, we are already providing subsidized fertilizer and seeds. So it's a matter of just asking government that we might have a better weather this time, so they expand and they accelerate the provision of the same. Then in case of floods and landslides, we are going to mobilize. We have a multi-agency team that is able to tackle any of those calamities. They could be floods, they could be landslides. So it's a matter of mobilizing them. And also Kenya has 2 levels of governance. So those regions which could be faced with the floods are found in the counties. So it is a multi-agency team together with the counties so that they can be able to respond to any negative impact. For instance, the floods and the outbreak of disease and the rest, as we have said. Then we are also going to mobilize our agencies dealing with the water harvesting. We have the National Irrigation Authority and many other agencies and many other projects are dealing with irrigation to be able to expand the initiatives for harvesting water that can be used for irrigation. Then seasonal contingencies. If we experience below normal, that means that probably it will be dry in most of the regions. We will promote water conservation practices because we shall be expecting below normal performance of the rains. We shall also promote short season crops, the ones that can be able to tolerate the short rains that could be experienced. In case of the extreme above normal conditions, that means we will have more enhanced rains, so there will be more water, which could end up again destroying our irrigation infrastructure and also reservoirs. We shall encourage a lot of rehabilitation for the same, so that the people living downstream are not affected by this increased volume of water. We shall also encourage clearing of the water channels that conduct the drainage, so that again we are able to collect this water into positive reservoirs that can be used for domestic or for irrigation use. We shall also encourage relocation. Some communities resist movement in areas that could be prone to landslides or floods, and we move them to safer areas until we are sure that the community is safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe the last slide, I just wanted to make one comment on the last slide. You said it well. I just wanted to add that for this particular season, we really promote those enterprises that does well in above normal rains. But we are also saying, so that point on promote short season growing crops is not contradicting. We qualify it more and say, we focus on the, let's say those crops that does well with the more rains, but also within our enterprises, within what we do in our farms, we promote in a small way these kind of short growing crops, and also other enterprises which are less dependent on rainfall. So that is the message. So yes, so that it doesn't, the season that we are in is above normal, but we are preparing for the worst. If it doesn't materialize our forecast, we should also be resilient in a way. So like promoting those enterprises which are less dependent on rain would be one way to be resilient in the face of this. So I just wanted to bring that aspect, because when we give these advisories, we should try as much as possible to avoid the aspect of contradiction. So that was my point, but well done. Maybe Ahmed, if there are questions, next is Uganda.
Okay.
Questions.
Any question to Kenya? James, maybe you said upsurge of pests and diseases, yeah? So I think we have to qualify what kind of diseases, what kind of pests are we expecting, which areas of Kenya, and related to MAM season, so that it can be clear, so we can give a mitigating factor. So, any comments or questions? Okay, we have a question.
So the last slide, there is a place where they have mentioned clearing of the drainage systems. And as we know, the December rain has affected a lot of infrastructure, especially the roads, especially in the northeastern counties. So if you are planning that all these things will be taken care of in the coming month, what would you think now will be one of the key things that you will focus so that the road network should not get at least disconnected? Because the moment that is get disconnected, many people living on the other side of the country will greatly be affected by the many things that they are actually getting from the downside of the country.
Thank you very much for that question. What we are proposing there is outside what the government is already doing. The government has already released resources to the Kenya National Highways Authority and the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, already to take care of the infrastructure that was destroyed during the December and part of January rains. So what we are proposing there is just to enhance. Otherwise, we already have resources and we have equipment and personnel who have already been mobilized and they are on the ground, especially for the northeastern part of the roads. So it is just an additional resource allocation, but we already have adequate resources for what is already happening.
Good afternoon. This is a presentation from Uganda. The positive impacts are more or less the same. There is increased crop production, improved crop yields, especially for perennial and annual crops like maize, beans, sorghum and millet, an increase in the soil moisture. Then the negative impacts, because of the increased rains, there will be flooding, which will lead to waterlogging and hence rotting of crops like cassava. Those are the root crops. Then increased incidences of pests and diseases like caterpillars, worms, banana wilt, fruit flies, coffee wilt, cassava brown streak virus, and then soil leaching. This is the rains washing away the nutrients of the soil, hence leading to soil infertility. Then increase in weeds and increased cost of production. That will be in terms of labor, because during this season we expect there will be a lot of weeding. So that increases the cost of production. And then inputs in terms of fertilizers. Because of the rains, they wash away the fertilizers they're using, so people keep on purchasing fertilizers. Then the advisories. Farmers are advised to plant long maturing varieties because it's a long season. Then practice good agronomic practices like weeding, terraces, mulching. Then soil and water conservation. That's rainwater harvesting, trenches and bunds. This is basically to divert the water. Advice to plant in lowland. Farmers are advised to avoid planting in lowland areas where water can collect. And also advised to plant crops which can survive the water, like rice and sugarcane. Then this is a period to advise farmers to plant trees. And also use of cover crops to conserve the soil moisture. Then farmers are advised to access and use early warning information using the different channels, like the code provided by UNMA, *201#, TVs and radios. Then seasonal sector contingency. We advise farmers where it's below normal to timely planting.
You finish?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Sheila. Can we give a hand of? Any question for the presentation for Uganda? Yes? Where? I can't see a question. Who is asking a question? You? No, there is no. So I think we don't have a question. for Uganda. So we proceed to Somalia. Somalia. Yes. Okay, South Sudan is ready. John? Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to present to you the presentation from South Sudan. And we can go ahead, I think this. The middle one or the first? Okay. Thank you very much. I think for South Sudan, in the positive impact areas, we are saying that with the early onsets, I think it will help the farmers to early preparations of the farm, particularly in the region of Equatoria area. And then we also expect farmers to have good harvesting this in the season, I think. And then the average above rainfall also will definitely bring about important aspect in the country, which is water and also pasture available for the livestock. That also increase meals for those who are milking. And then we also see the rainfalls improve availability of wild fruits and also wild food and fruits in the green belts area of Equatorial region in the country. On the negative aspects is that we expect with this rain, I think crops will be affected in the farms and also bring along with diseases. Some of these diseases are malaria and typhoid because of the water that people will be drinking. And that will affect, of course, when we talk about the farmers, we also know that the women and many others are also there. So it's affect also them. So the road will also be affected, and also we'll see that the provision of goods and services delivery will also be affected in the areas since most of the roads are feeder roads. And there will be also emergencies of the fall armyworm. It's still not yet out. We are not out from this fall armyworm. And then also there will be some pests and diseases, the operation of crops and also fruits, and also affects maize as well in the country. Now, what will be the response or measures that is actually there? We think it's very important to reposition the agricultural input, that is seeds and tools, also provision of extension services to the farmers, and also the communications through the radios and also maybe SMS, because most of the farmers also now using the phones. And also crop monitoring and also surveillance for the pests and diseases will be undertaken in the country. And last here is actually to promote storage facility, because also you'll never know if there is availability of things, or since the roads are not good, they might have readily things storage in the areas. On this contingency aspect, we felt that there should be early distributions of improved seeds and agricultural inputs, and also the briefings and share with the farmers about the seasonal outlook. I think after here, we need to sit with the farmers and inform them that this is what it's going to look like. And also the requests. We also request the participation of the partners to support the farmers, because most of the NGOs are also doing those kind of work, and we need them to be also mobilized. And then also provision of gender response incentive. It's very important to have some of the incentive in terms of funding and so forth that are readily available to help our farmers I think that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Any question for South Sudan? Comments? Okay, we have a question here, Samir.
I think it is the recommendation rather than question to the South Sudan. Yeah, we have the insects and pests across borders. You see, the locust, desert locust, and we have many agreements and regarding the bilateral relations between the many of regional countries. So if we discuss the issue of spreading of the pest and disease across borders, and if we strengthen the agreements between the regional countries, I think this will be better for both countries. This is my recommendation in this. Sudan and South Sudan, because we have pest desert locust, which it is considered as a regional problem. So if we strengthen the agreements between the regional countries in this manner, this will enhance the agricultural production at both, and in the same manner we can manage the spreading of the pest and disease.
Thank you very much. I think we appreciate the recommendations. I think, these are two Sudan, and we are using also most of the science, Dora from El Gezira schemes is very important that we are using some of them, we are planting them already. I think that collaboration is very important. It's not only, we cannot do alone. Together, I think we can move very far. Thank you very much for your recommendations.
Thank you. Any other question? But who is monitoring? So, Oliver, I have noticed that the question is online. So, who is checking online? Kabak? Yeah? But he's telling. Which online? We are not connected, eh? Yeah. Okay. I think there is no question for South Sudan. Thank you very much, John. So our next presentation is Somalia. Mark Inyeko.
Okay, thank you so much. This is the presentation for Somalia, and we've started with the positive impact. So what we have said is after the floods, we have seen that where the water has actually came, the positive thing is that the farmers will use to do the plantation for the same area, because this area will become somehow fertile, and it will be an easy ride for the farmers. The other thing we have said is off-season harvest. Also, the farmers will take advantage of the MAM, and they will too make sure that the plantations they have made in those particular areas will give them a good harvest. The other thing also we have seen as a positive is after the floods, there are many people who have actually migrated from their comfort zones, and as a result of this, we are expecting that if the heavy rain will not be there, then the displaced people will go back to their origin homes and go back. The other thing is wider plantation of the farmlands. The areas that the water actually, both the flash floods and even the riverine areas, will actually allow the farmers to do a good plantations, so that at least they try to increase their production. Expectation of the intensity of the good rain, the upcoming rain that is MAM, the intensity that if it will become like high the way it was for the end of the year, that was December, then the farmers should make sure that they need to trigger and do a good planning before the rain. The other one, the currently government is having a confrontation with the militia groups, and there are so many areas that has been liberated, which have a kind of good areas, schemes whereby the farmers can do plantations. So in this area also, if the farmers do plantation in this area, then they will of course increase the agricultural produce. The negative aspect of the MAM, we have said there's a possibility of loss of post-harvest product, especially in the flooded area that has been planted. We have also said there's a possibility of also soil erosions, especially the riverine areas. There's also the desert locust that has also been presented this morning, which has happened for the OND. So we've said there is also possibility of second generation locust that will become one of the negative impacts, especially on the west side of the country, that's probably Somalia. There is also the presence of the banana diseases that's currently ongoing. It's called Sigatoka disease. It's affecting one of the regions, that is now Loba Shawele. So if this one now will continue, it will affect the entire banana farmers. So that one also will lead to reduced production and the people actually who are doing the banana plantations. There is also upcoming month of Ramadan, whereby we have said it will increase the demand. People will try to do a lot of purchase. So as a result of this, now prices of the commodities will hike up, which on the other side can actually increase the inflations, because people will try to buy the commodities while the commodities is scarce in the market. So it will have a negative effect for those households actually who cannot afford to buy the bulk commodities at once. The other one is the damaged roads. We know the road network is very important when it comes to the transportation of the commodities, and the rain has actually affected Somalia severely. Let me say severely compared to the maybe neighboring countries, and that's why actually it will affect if the good rain, which is now the MAM, also comes, then there is a possibility that the situation will go closer to the way it was in December, whereby many people actually were starving because of lack of supplies. The measures, we have said one of it is to make sure that there is a good agricultural practice, and as a result of this, we need to focus the refresher training and the modern agricultural storage facilities. What our people does on the other side is they are using the traditional storage of the agricultural, and that's why when the rain came, especially the last December, it has affected people actually that were not properly doing the modern storage. So that's also the thing that need to be refocused when it comes to the refresher training, so that those people actually should do a good agricultural practice. The other one is the construction of gabions and embankment. This is the areas, especially the riverine areas where we have seen the river actually breakages most of the time, is where we need also to focus to make sure that we do a construction, so that we, if we cannot eliminate, at least reduce the rate at which the river now bursts to the towns which are closer to it. The last one, the third one is we have said limit sharing of the banana plantation suckers, because I know the banana farmers, they like to share suckers for planting. So the Ministry of Agriculture actually advised the suckers should not be distributed among the farmers. So instead they say there's a need to use tissue culture, the tissue culture materials, and also use of windbreak to avoid the diseases, the spread of the diseases. That also one of the recommendations that actually were given by the Ministry of Agriculture. The other one is certified distribution of the smallholders farmers. Currently, there is an entity within the government that has been established. It is called the Somalia Seed Group, and they are the ones actually who are certifying the seeds that can perform well in the Somalia context. The other one is the measures is use of the pesticide. This is in relation to the desert locusts that has actually been presented. When it comes to contingency, we have said that if it goes below normal, these are the things that, or the expectations that we can include into the contingency plan. Enhancing of the humanitarian food assistance to the affected peoples and the people that cannot actually support themselves. Also unconditional cash transfers, provision of the non-food items kit, provision of the farming materials, enhancing communication platforms, and also resettling of the affected populations. These are the things we need to make sure that we consider so that when we reach here, at least these people the affected people will be supported. So these are the few things actually we have identified, and that is the end of our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Somalia. Can you give a hand of applause to Somalia? Good. Any questions, feedback?
If there's no question, we can say.
There's no question or feedback or comment. Okay. Thank you very much. So we will go to next presentation, which is Ethiopia. Isaias, there is a one.
I have one.
Okay.
So it is just an observation. I think in one of your positive, you said there are people who are displaced by the El Nino floods. They are likely to come back, which is positive, I agree. But given the forecast, do you also foresee that they are likely, not maybe in the same magnitude, but do you foresee that something, is it common when you have such a forecast? Is it common to have floods? Because maybe you need to think of a contingency or a measure to check on that.
Okay, the people actually we are talking about is people living along the riverine areas, and when there is rainy seasons, mostly they are the ones actually affected. So currently, those people, they have moved away from the riverine areas and they went to places which is a bit higher ground so that the river water should not come. But still, where they been displaced, the water is stagnant. So they have not still went back to their origin places. So what we were thinking of is maybe in the next few months, if the rain will not be there, then these people, they will go back, because those people actually, their whole livelihood and everything was at the original places that they were living. So those people will go back and they will try to make sure that they do a coping strategy, or they go back to the original, the coping that they were doing, which will be a positive, the way we have seen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we don't have any questions for Somalia. So we will go to Ethiopia. In the meantime, if anyone has lost his phone, we have got a phone so that if anyone has lost his own phone or her own phone, it's here.
it works. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I wanted to present, but when I look at many of you are opening your laptop, so can you listen me? Okay, let us go to the points. From Ethiopian side, the bulk this MAM season affects majorly the irrigated crop harvest, the bulk cropping plant, like the MAM season we call it, land preparation of the main season, crop and fodder production of benefiting area, water availability, especially for irrigation and rainfed production, which they use is supplementary for that one, and control of migratory pests like koella bird and desert locust. And as a positive impact, we expect early onset and late cessation in Ethiopia, which is normal and above normal situation will be expected in the country, which is a good season among the last couple of years. So we will have a good rainfall distribution, which favors cultivation of perennial crops, like the root crops are specially planted this time, and the long maturing crop. When I say perennial crop, especially coffee also planting in this time also. So maize and sorghum were favored in this, and some fodder crops also favored. Good crop stand and yield increment is expected because it has a good rainfall distribution, and the onset and the cessation is good. And the create conducive environment for fertilizer utilization, especially the MAM season, due to its erratic situation. Mostly farmers doesn't prefer to use fertilizers, and it hinders them to not to use fertilizer. So it also favors this year better fertilizer utilization also. As negative impacts, the effect of harvest, it affects also harvesting of irrigated crops, especially which are late planted, and because of the early onset of the rainfall, it also affects this one. It has impact on second cropping, especially in southern and southern part of Ethiopia. We have areas which use bimodal rainfall. They use the short the MAM season and the JJS. Both the cropping that it has, especially it affects the main season cropping, we call it Mahar. So it favors also desert locust and koella birds. Like currently in Ethiopia, koella birds and desert locust also in eastern part are happening. So due to this vegetation, it also favors this one. And in some places also dry spell is expected, which includes crop failure also, and drought in drought-prone areas, and flood in the landslide, especially in western and southern parts of Ethiopia, will be expected. That will also affect people's crop and livestock also. Key response measures which we have put it is that enhancing climate advisory service, which we make 10 days, decade, and seasonal, from land preparation to post-harvest handling is essential. We do this one in each cropping states. We will do this one. The second is early warning and early action is in flood-prone areas, and migratory pests is essential. One of the response which is needed is this one. Supply of crop and feed seed. We have to reschedule these programs, and currently we have done it this one because MAM starts in Ethiopia earlier, so we did it this one. And the other is performing soil and water conservation practices, and especially on drought-prone areas is essential. And this is a season we do soil and conservation campaigns also in Ethiopia. Also, this starting from January we do this soil and conservation as a campaign as in country every year. So this also encourages this one. And early distribution of agricultural input. We already purchased the fertilizer on October, so early distribution of the fertilizer is essential. Early warning and monitoring of desert locust operation, which we are doing in the country and with IGAD member countries through IGAD and the DLSU. So we encourage this one also. Integrate climate information with insurance, credit provision, and crop monitoring and forecasting. These are the things we have as a measure. As a contingency, I said that surveillance and impact assessment of early mitigation of desert locust affected areas is one of the things as contingency measures, because currently desert locust is found in Somalia, and border of Ethiopia. So we need to prepare. We have to do this one. Last couple of years, due to the Desert Locust project, we already purchased aircrafts and drones for monitoring. So we will continue this, do the things, and we do impact assessment also. The other thing is contingency plan, emergency seed support planning on drought-prone areas, which favored by the bimodal rainfall. In OND, maybe when Oliver is speaking at that presentation also, in OND, due to the crop maturity time and the crop grain failing stage, the OND in October is a dry period, so many crops are affected. Also, in some drought-prone area also it's expected, so the country should have a contingency emergency seed support. This currently we are doing this work also due to the OND drought effect in some northern part of Ethiopia and southern part of Ethiopia also. The other thing is that, which I wanted to mention, we already started the MAM season in Ethiopia. This is today's report from Ethiopian side. We currently plowed nearly 1.1 million hectares and 93,000 hectares where land was planted. We do in 8 regions from the 11 regions of the country. This is what I have from my presentation side. And as information dissemination mechanism, we've set this one. Mass media, we use TV, radio, and local FM radio and national radios will be used. Social media, we have regional telegram groups, WhatsApp groups we have. We distribute every decade and seasonal monthly recommendations through emails and the bulletins, and for decade and monthly are prepared based on the AMI forecast also. Personal contact and meetings are during the monitoring and support program also done. We send every supporting team with the current climate advisory, especially the 10 days and the monthly advisory, so they do these things. The last is we have weekly virtual meeting with the leaders of the regions, and on Monday morning at 7 p.m. we do update and we make solutions for agriculture activity, especially it is led by the Ministry of Agriculture. And we have also push-pull with nearly 6 million people are registered in the hot 8028 hotline. So we send push-call, especially this is the experience we did it for rusts in the last main season. For rust disease in wheat, we send push calls for farmers and IVR, which illiterate farmers can click the numbers and listen the advisory in that way. So these are the dissemination mechanism we have included. This is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm moderating, so we'll talk. This one. Check. Thank you, Isaias, for the presentation. Any questions or comments? Maybe, Isaias, I have a question for you. You mentioned koala bird in your presentation, but in the response, you didn't mention any mitigating factors. So is there any measure that you can propose for koala birds?
For koala birds, we have one is destroying that in the night they will be in one tree, in some tree places, which are quiet places. Disturbing the areas which they are setting at the night time is one of the recommendations we are doing currently, because we don't need to spray every place because chemical has also its damage and it needs some safety measures. So we are doing that one. Currently, we spray only on the areas which has safety for human as well as animals, especially honey areas which apiculture, we recommend the cultural practices. So currently with DLCO, we have a preparedness, especially through chemical and aircrafts, but the cultural method is one of the things we are promoting currently in Ethiopia.
Thank you. I think we should add that into the presentation.
Thank you very much, Isaias. I think well done. I just wanted to make one apology. I know we were supposed to finish this way earlier, So we apologize for the, I think time, we didn't manage time very well today. So we still remain with the 3 presentation short ones because it's for Djibouti, Sudan, which is not really a key season, and also we have Burundi. So we apologize on that. We have a short session which is coming up immediately, and we welcome our colleagues from livestock sector. We invited them because, so I want to request all of you not to leave because there is something which is, there is a new product which is being developed for the sector, crops, agriculture and food security, livestock. This is a product which is, should be of interest to you. So we request all of you to remain in the room as we finish on the last presentation, short ones, I think maximum 10-15 minutes, and then we go to the last session. So please bear with us on that. Thank you.
So our next presentation is Burundi. Yeah, not. We have to wait. Or you can use that one. Yeah. Use the mic.
The mic is not on.
Okay. For the positive, as positive impact, there is an early onset is predicted, and that this early onset can, the consequence is the early land preparation and the early planting period. The second is, as is predicted, the weather conditions is will contribute to high soil moisture, which is favorable to agricultural activities. Good rain conditions will also occur good crop production in general. Good rain conditions will also improve high fodder availability for livestock and also high milk production. This is a positive impact also for agriculture sector. Also, the groundwater is recharged, and this is a good, positive point in agriculture sector. The negative impact, because according forecast, the longest dry spell is predicted. This can affect crop production, mainly at the early stage due to water stress during a long period. Also, the late cessation predict can occur high crop post-harvest losses when post-harvest facilities are not there. Also, due to weather conditions, it can be pest and diseases proliferation for agriculture sector. Also, when the rain, the weather conditions, when the distribution, the rainfall distribution is in short time, can be flash flooding in some prone areas, in some prone high risk areas of flooding. Also, can be as a negative
impact, soil erosion in a farming system. As a sectoral contingency for the latest literacy, below normal, we need to promote drought tolerance, crop varieties, even short cycle maturing crop varieties. We need to do also crop diversification to mitigate drought condition. We need to do crop diversification. We need to also to do water conservation measure using in farming system like plant cover, also integrating agroforestry trees on farm, because trees on farm can contribute to, can create climate smart agriculture conditions in farming system. We need also to do agriculture input distribution early, like improved crop seed, fertilizer, but this point can also be variable to above normal also. During above normal condition, we need to make facilities for water harvesting, put in place to do soil erosion control structure, establishment like contour lines, ditches in a high-risk soil erosion prone areas. We need also to promote planting agroforestries in farming system. As key measure for forecast, first we need to do an early national climate information downscaling is planned for next week. We need to do an early planting, because when the early onset is predicted, farmers need to prepare land early and they also to plant early. Another response is to establish those soil erosion control on farm in order to mitigate soil erosion negative impact, like contour lines issues. We need to, because there are some flash drought are predicted, we need to plant short-term maturing or drought-resistant crop varieties, to do crop diversification, crop association. Because there is a late cessation is predicted, we need to promote post-harvesting technologies, like to make in place storage facilities for crop production in order to avoid post-harvest losses. We need also to promote some technologies like to prevent pests and diseases. We need to promote IPDM technologies, integrate pest and disease management technologies. Due to weather condition, heavy rain, we need to promote rainwater harvesting. The rainwater, the surface rainwater need to be collected and stored for future use, because, for example, in Burundi, the next season is the GGA, June, July, August, is a dry season. We can correct and store the rainwater for this season, the mom season. We can correct it and store it and use for future in dry season for the coming season, the GGA period. This is another measure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Burundi. Any question, any burning question? Feedback?
Thank you. Could you please project the last slide? Yeah. The second last slide. Yeah, I just wanted to understand what do they mean by downscaling the national climate information?
After this, after the regional climate, after GHACOF, after regional GHACOF, we do at national level, we do the same meeting, the national NACOF, National Climate Outlook Forum at national level. This a kind of response to, in order to help to farmer and the population to plan for intervention. This is a kind of, to plan for intervention,
That is cascading the regional level to national,
national,
and subnational level.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will go to our next presentation, Djibouti. Warsame, now is your time. You can go there and yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm making this presentation on behalf of my colleague, which is not here, and went to another meeting, the Director of Agriculture. So the expected positive sectorial impact for MAM is in MAM season focuses mainly on vegetable and some fruit like watermelon, papaya, lemon. Forecast is wet, good moisture, good prospect for good production, good for recharge of water point and borehole, good for regeneration of pasture. Expected negative sectorial impact for MAM is localized flood, which can cut roads, disrupt, for example, distribution of food aids. Floods could also do inundation of crops and boreholes, leading to destruction of vegetables, outbreak of pest and disease for vegetable, like also the locust and etc. The key response measure advisory is for those still to prepare their land are urged to do so timely in anticipation, share this early warning to all stakeholders timely, water harvesting through water pans by farmers, prepare to make stock for crops in order to the market and the farmer, taking precautionary measure to protect all agriculture for being damaged by any upcoming floods. And for seasonal sector contingency for least likely tear cycle, make strategic budget for grain stock. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Djibouti. He says, sorry for my English, but your English was perfect. We could understand what you have said. Any question? Okay, do you have question for Djibouti? MAM is not the main season for Djibouti, so Oliver, do we have presentation for Sudan? Samira?
My presentation It's the same like Djibouti because this season is considered as a dead season in Sudan. No. This not function? Okay. The expected positive sectoral impact for MAM 2024, it is dry and warm conditions. Forecasts are conducive for harvesting some winter crops, wheat, garlic, spices, time for enhancement of the preparation of storage facilities. Also, the extension services for enhancement to harvesting and land preparation for the rainy season, which is started from mid of June to September or October. The expected negative sectoral impacts for MAM is that the groundwater level become deeper for the horticulture sector and for other irrigated sector, thus could hinder the production. So during this water level is become very scarce, and there is a need for underground water studies at this time. Reduction of the irrigated land because mainly the horticultural production, which is depend on the irrigation or it is a irrigated system. So there are many land became out of production. High rate of temperature during the MAM are considered as indicator for successful rainy season, June to September. Pest and disease is also negative sectoral impact. The key response measures advisories during March, May, this is considered a dead season. Most effort will be dedicated to training services in the following area. Also, extension services on land preparation, water harvesting techniques, and other application of technical packages for the rainy season. Enhance rehabilitation of wells and digging of these for the horticulture sector in preparation of GG as rainfall season. Concerned efforts are urged from all to end the conflict in Sudan to enable farmers resume to their normal farming and pastoral activities. Increased humanitarian support is needed. Enhance of technical packages application to enhance productivity. For women and girls, displacement brings, due to political conflicts and war, bring multiple and overlapping protection risks. Research and breeding efforts, mainly heat-tolerant varieties and early mature varieties for cereals. Seasonal sector contingency for the least likely trickles, budget strategies and fund sources, planning strategies, bee strengths, water management and canal rehabilitation of the irrigated schemes, manipulation of the problems of flood during the rainy season and rehabilitation of damaged infrastructures, mitigation of coping strategies for food insecurity.
Thank you very much, Sudan. Any question or comment? I think there's no comment, there's no question. This marks the presentation session for the countries. I thank all of the presenters and those who contributed to this presentation. Can we give a hand of applause to us? So I will hand over Oliver to take us through a next short, I think, session.
So also on my behalf, I want to say thank you very much. I think this has been the most productive session. It's been a long one, but no pain, no gain. So at least we got something which is going to help our region to be more resilient. So thank you very much for active participation. So just to mention that we now have participation from agriculture and food security sector, livestock. I've seen some colleagues from the health and other sectors and colleagues from ICPAC. So you are most welcome. I know it's been a long day, but please bear with us for a short time of a maximum of about 30 to 40 minutes. We have a new product that is developed under a project called CONFA. So we are going to introduce it. But before we do that, I want to welcome Dr. Mata to just organize us so that we can start.
Thanks, Oliver. Welcome, well, not welcome. You're all here already. We were thinking that because we want this to be a very participatory discussion and we're all a bit tired, we've been sitting on our backs for many hours, I was wondering if we could ask you to move a bit closer to the stage. Please, just bear with me. It's also good for your circulation. You need to walk a bit and stretch your legs. And if you could just move, please, otherwise I'll come and get you. And the quicker you do this, the quicker we'll get out of here. So please, just, we won't bite. Well, you can move around the table, yes, just whilst Shetan come into the, well, not the stage, I don't know where you want to do this, but please, colleagues, come. Please come closer, or, well, you're here already, so, but maybe stretch a bit. Yeah, I think we're all tired, right? So please move up. You're taking this really seriously. I like that. Great, thank you so much. We know it's been a very long day. We're all tired, but we're really excited about this. This is, as Oliver mentioned, this is part of the CONFA project. We've been working over the last 4 years. Shetan and Oliver have been leading the work. I'm just here to try and move you closer to the stage, and I'll then lead a bit the discussion later on. But this is the latest advances on the product that Shetan will take you through now. But I just wanted to kind of make you move a bit. So I'll pass on to Shetan now, and we'll try and wrap this up quickly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much for staying as well. So, as Martin introduced, this is something that Oliver and I have been leading together with a lot of help from other colleagues at the University of Leeds, ICPAC, and elsewhere. So what we're doing is co-producing a machine learning model to forecast NDVI, and what I'll show you today is a case study for Kenya. So as an outline for the session, first we're going to quickly introduce the Confer project. Then we're going to talk about ICPAC's approach to early warning for crop and rangelands. Then I'm going to quickly talk you through the development of the machine learning-based forecasting system, and then ask for your kind discussion and feedback. So the objective of the session is to present and discuss the latest advances in this machine learning-based forecasting system for NDVI being developed as part of the Confer project. And now I hand over to Oliver.
Yeah, I think you can, this is interactive. So just to quickly introduce the CONFA project. So CONFA is an European Thank you. So CONFA is a European Horizon 2020 research and innovation project or initiative, and it goes all the way from, started in 2020 to 2024. We have a range of partners in Africa and also in Europe. So we have partners, we have ICPAC, we have Kenya Red Cross, just to mention a few in Kenya. We have partners in Norway, we have NOS. We also have UK, like University of Leeds, Germany, and also South Africa. We have Peter here. And the objective is to co-develop. It's all about co-production. So it's co-develop services, climate services for the two sectors. So we are mainly focusing on two sectors: water, energy, and food security sectors. And it utilizes the co-production. It's utilizing the co-production approach, where it's not only focusing on supply-driven kind of products, but demand-driven. So we have to co-produce with the users in our region for the two sectors. And in East Africa, we are focusing in 11 countries. So that is what we call ICPA countries. We have IGAD, 8 IGAD countries, also in addition of Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. So all ICPA countries are on board. And yeah, we have a website there you can visit to learn more. But now, just to mention a bit on our stakeholder engagement, and this we started way back. It was not even in GHACOF 58, I think it was in 57 when we started. And we started with actually collecting what is called, we did first of all stakeholder mapping, and then we had to do user needs assessment. So user needs assessment was done all the way from around GHACOF 59 up to around 60. And then, so the main thing, so we explored at existing products that's currently given at ICPAC, and most of the agriculture products given at ICPAC, aside of course from the climate forecast, tailored climate forecast, which also applies to the sector, is mainly on monitoring mode, near real-time monitoring, and there was need to actually add a forecast layer to the information. And actually the reason why, and we wanted, initially our plan was to develop a crop yield forecast, but we opted to do the NDVI as a proxy for the crop yield. So I think there is a lot of studies that Chetan will talk about that shows a high correlation between yield and NDVI. That's for maize in Kenya. That's one study. So we've been utilizing this GHACOF, and I just wanted to go to the next. So after the user needs assessment, we started now co-producing this NDVI machine learning NDVI product, and we started actually sharing results from around GHACOF 64, and now we have some update. We are actually in the process of finalizing the model, and we've been actually, aside from the GHACOF has been our main platform, but we've been utilizing other platforms. NCOF, we've been utilizing, like in Uganda, I think we did some kind of survey on the same, and also PSP at subnational level. So if you go to the next one. So we have what we call a near real-time monitoring product. At ICPAC we call it East African Agriculture Watch. And this Agriculture Watch is based on Earth observation and meteorological data. So we have some thresholds that every 10 days, if that threshold is exceeded, then you trigger
warning. This could be based on water balance warning, biomass warning, now the product NDVI, a mix of the two, and end of the season. So this is done like every 10 days, and it's a product that aids in actually anticipating. So you could monitor in near real time and see how crops or rangelands are performing in near real time. And now with this product under CONFA, it is going to add a new layer to the monitoring products that we have at ICPAC. And I think it's going to complement what we do because these are some of the platforms that we have like food security, nutrition, and we share this information with them. So these are NDVI product, which is actually being led by University of Leeds together with ICPAC and other partners, is actually going to improve the products that we have, particularly the focus products for the not only crop section, rangelands, livestock, and other sectors. So I want to welcome now Chetan to talk on the technical aspects of the project. Thank you.
Thanks, Oliver. So I'll quickly introduce you to NDVI, which is a measure of the greenness that describes the density and health of vegetation. So normally this can kind of show you how relative to how the vegetation is normally doing, how we forecast it to be doing. And that can provide information on the progress of the growing season. So NDVI is often strongly correlated with leaf area index and crop biomass. And though I won't show you that today, we did do a study to check that it's well correlated with maize in Kenya, for example. So very quickly, NDVI is observed from satellites, and basically chlorophyll in the leaves reflects the absorption of light in the visible spectrum, and healthy dense vegetation strongly reflects near-infrared light. So the combination of these two spectral signatures is used to calculate NDVI, that's what it is, and in this work we're using NDVI from the MODIS product. Okay, so we have to mask the pixels some way, and we're using the masks from the European Space Agency to do that. So on your left, you're seeing the grassland mask, and on your right, you're seeing a mask for maize growing areas in the largest maize producing districts. So these masks are by no means perfect. They're just different ways in which satellite data and machine learning have kind of come together to provide a best estimate of where both grasslands and maize lands are. But this is just to give you a sense of why we've chosen the pixels we have to forecast. So how does it work? Well, it starts with quality control from the satellite data and masking. This provides a historical time series, and then we try to forecast, in this case, 2 steps in the future, which is equal to 1 month in time. So the historical time series gets fed into a deep learning algorithm called a CNN, which finds patterns in how those time series behave that it can then use to form an algorithm that can predict what's going to happen next on future time series it hasn't seen. So very quickly, this is what a convolutional neural network looks like, and fundamentally, it's a way of getting the most out of the time series information that we have and then feeding it into deep learning techniques like neural networks. But it's a way of kind of simplifying those time series into the bits that matter most. So what we're looking at here is a lead time of 1 month, a spatial scale of 5 kilometers, and target variable NDVI over pixels with crop and grassland. Very quickly on validation, for every year, we take 1 year out as a test year, so the model's never seen that year. We use the remaining 22 years as training data to develop the algorithms, and then we test it on the year that we held out and that the model had never seen before. So that's how we ensure it's not kind of, learning from the same data it's testing on, and it's kind of a fair test in that way. So to evaluate it, the model must be able to recreate sensibly the spatial and temporal patterns in the data. We need an accurate model which captures a large share of interannual variability. So this is really the key, because we need to know, what does the forecast say in terms of a year it hasn't seen so far. And whether or not it can get the variability in the historical time series right is a measure of whether or not we would expect it to be able to do that. And also, it must not be worse in extreme years of drought and heat, since these are the years we're most interested in being able to forecast well. Okay, so I'll show you two statistics for evaluation. The coefficient of determination, the R-squared. So that's just how much of the variation in the data are we explaining. And the second one's just a Spearman's correlation, which you can kind of think of as a ranked value for the Pearson's correlation. But fundamentally, a very similar thing that can be looked at the same way. Okay, so the first set of results is for major maize-growing areas. Again, 1 month lead time at 5 kilometers, and a prediction for the beginning of August, because that seemed like a time at which crop progress in the season was quite far in some areas, and where harvest might not be too far away in others. So this is what it looks like per year with observations and predictions each year. So this is the easy bit, because this is kind of saying, you know, in a given year, how well does it forecast the spatial distribution of NDVI? And you can see that it does that quite well. But you'd expect it to be honest, because climatology is quite a good estimator of these things. So this is more just a check. Does it put things in the right place? And the answer is yes, it does. And it's not too biased by any particular year. So for example, 2011, which was a severe drought year, isn't, you know, doesn't have a massively different skill to the other years. Okay, so just a good first sanity check that the magnitude of things relative to where other things are is similar in both the observations and the forecasts. So the hard bit and the bit that really matters, the interannual variability. So you can see on the left-hand side, you can see the skill of the forecast going at bottom from a very bad skill of negative skill to the top, above 0.8, very close to 1, which is, an excellent skill in interannual variability terms. And you can see that the vast majority of the pixels we're forecasting in the maize-growing areas are red. So they're above this 0.6 line where things might be becoming useful. And what you're seeing on the right, the histogram of every single pixel, is just another way of seeing that same information on the left, but as a distribution. So you can see that most of the pixels have a pretty decent correlation over time between observations and predictions. So that's, in each pixel, there's 21 observations, 21 predictions, and you've got some correlation, which is that correlation over time. So most of it's pretty good, above 0.6. Of course, some of it is still not great. You can see that there is some parts of that distribution, between fundamentally 0 and 0.4, but the vast majority is in quite a useful area. So I'm going to show you basically exactly the same thing for the grasslands. This time, because of the seasonality, we chose mid-December to do the predictions on. You can see that with this first slide, again, it's basically every year, it's the correlation between observations and predictions, so it's spatial, but the model performs very well. It explains the variation in space well, and not biased in any particular year. Also good in recent years, which have obviously been quite different to things in the past. And it's also good, more importantly, in this interannual variability. So on the left, you're seeing the same map with every pixel is a correlation between observations and predictions over that 22-year period. And you can see that the median correlation across grid cells is up to 0.75 now, so quite good. And that distribution on the right is a lot better and smoother, maybe, in these rangeland areas than it was in the previous one. But the vast majority of pixels are behaving well. So for that 23 years of observations and predictions, interannual variability over time is doing a pretty decent job now. And I should say, it wasn't always. So if you saw at the beginning 2 years ago, it looked nothing like this and had a terrible distribution, where the median was much closer to 0.4, 0.5. So it's something that's increased and improved a lot over time, and now the distribution is in quite a sensible place. So in summary, the approach is working well for both crop and rangeland areas. In both cases, the models are capturing the spatial variability in NDVI well, but that is quite easy. And most importantly, the model's doing a good job of capturing variability in NDVI in both crop and rangelands. So these are different models, but they're doing reasonably well in both, suggesting that the techniques might be useful both in crop and in rangeland areas. And I think the rest is discussion. So thank you very much for your time and for staying. Really appreciate it.
Hello? Thanks, Shetan. And here. Any questions for Shetan, by the way, because obviously I'm sure this has generated a lot of interest. Can I go first there? Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just one question. You say that NDVI looks at the chlorophyll and maps out the vegetation cover that is there. In the region, we have been having a lot of invasive plant species that are not consumed by livestock. Even last week, we were just in one of the meetings in Turkana. Animals die in a particular area that is full of prosopis, flora. But the payout from insurance cannot be done simply because the NDVI generates that it is green, so the animals are okay, but it is not edible by livestock. And the invasive plant species in the region are increasing. Prosopis flora is just one. Wild sisal is another one that is coming up. And then we have also even some of the acacia. So how can this one be improved so that it should be able to differentiate edible forage from non-edible forage?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm happy to have a go at answering that. Yeah, so this is something that I think we have thought about before, and it's quite a difficult problem because with crops and things, the phenology is quite obviously different. I think that's an area we need to work on, actually. I don't know off the top of my head whether the grassland masks do a good job of that. They might, I don't know, but it's definitely something we need to think about as we kind of get towards the finer details of which masks exactly to use.
Yeah, thank you, Chetan. Have you thought about how this will look? What kind of products will be made? Is it going to be part of what tools will it be part of? It would be useful to see an example of a prediction for 2023, for example, side by side, observations and predictions.
Right, yeah, so I mean, the initial idea was always to design such that it could be a layer on top of the monitoring products. So everything's built in that way. What we've shown you today is kind of an overview of statistical skill over the entirety of the slice of climate variability we can get hold of from their satellite data. I think individual case studies for particular years and regions is like an excellent next step that should happen.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, thank you for that nice presentation, and it's really quite relevant. Just to follow on the previous question, and basically this is where actually researchers come in, basically to work with the affected people, with the local, because we must actually get to know what works and what is safe and what is not, and that actually cannot come from it has to come from authentication and the verification. And I think there are a lot of opportunities for researchers and also developers of algorithms or products to actually get useful information from the communities, which actually inform development of application products. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe I will give that one to Oliver or Marta to answer.
I can try. Yes, that's a really good point, actually. And unfortunately, the Comfort project is reaching its end at the end of this year. So obviously, there's only so much we have managed to do with the development of this particular piece of work within the project. It is very exciting, and I think there is something here that should really continue being explored. And we do agree that the next step is to continue involving the research community and continue testing the tool, improving the model side of things, but also start linking a bit better with the decision-making processes, with the governance structures in the different countries to really try and make the transition between a model that is available in an online platform with actually how governments and organizations at the more national level, local level, actually make decisions, potentially make decisions based on this information. So that's something we are exploring currently. Where are the next steps? Where do we go from here? And that's partially why, well, obviously we wanted to present the results of the work that primarily Chetan and Oliver have been doing, by the way. I'm not so much involved. I'm a social scientist, but we're now kind of discussing between ourselves, where do we go from here? So yeah, watch this space, hopefully. So we wanted to present this and also get a bit of feedback from you to understand, is this useful? Is this not useful? How would you use it? But I'm already moving ahead with my first slide. But before I go there, I just wanted to make sure, is there any other questions for? Oh, yes, Oliver, yes, sorry.
1 minute. I just wanted to add to that question from Dr. Mutemi. We have limited initiatives that goes to the people, particularly at regional level, but this product is still under development, but once it is fully developed, we have some avenues like one of it is capacity building, Dr. Temi. So we capacity build the focal points, those people who have the reach to the subnational level and communities to really use some of these decision support tools that we develop. And also the case of like the agriculture work that I was talking about, maybe we do not have a lot of funds to reach what normally many people call the last mile, but we take advantage of other initiatives because all these are early warning products. So when maybe a different project or initiative is going, we make sure that we use that. But I agree that this is very limited and it is a gap that needs to be improved. Yeah.
Thanks, Oliver. Isaias, I see you, but there's a first hand there, so I'll come to you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Just two issues first. I want probably to see how you can explore the use of this initiative, especially for the perennial crops. Perennial crops, especially for the large-scale producers, could be tea, could be coffee, could be even sugarcane, so that it is not just being reflected in a seasonal manner, but it could also be influenced by failure for application of some inputs. So the correlation may not necessarily be due to weather, but due to the issues of agronomic practices on that particular crop. Then two, most of our small-scale farmers they do mixed cropping. So you will not have a uniform capture of some images. They could be having the maize, and then there could be some other crops of beans or even sweet potatoes. So I don't know how we can, maybe as you improve on the product, you can see how we can be able to capture that type of a position where we have farmers who are doing mixed cropping, where with different crops displaying different types of images for this product.
Thank you. Shetan, do you want to?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the first question we haven't explored yet, and it's interesting to think about, I think. I don't have like the answer to that immediately, I have to be honest. The second one is a major challenge, not just for this product, but for any product that designs itself in this way. Because the resolution at which mixed cropping is happening is not captured by, you know, the vast majority of satellites. There might be a few, like Planet, that are, you know, down to that scale. But I think what this does do is it shows, okay, if I have a 5-kilometer pixel and I'm forecasting how things are in that pixel relative to how they normally are, if that works over a large number of pixels, we're going to get a decent regional and national idea of what's going on. And I think that's kind of the first step, and what this kind of product perhaps has the most potential to achieve in the near term. I think this question of mixed cropping is very interesting, very challenging, and from the satellite perspective, we need to work there to differentiate those things. I think all kind of farm level products, there is technical work to do there.
Thank you for your presentation. And is it, you said, were for maize?
So one was in maize growing areas, yes.
Yes, I think maybe can we use it for other crops too, this tool? The second is it free because it is with 5-kilometer resolution? Is it free for doing other crop? Because I want to do it for irrigated wheat because I have the coordinates, the real-time data, I have it. So if I can use it for that one, is it free? The tool, the system is free to use it?
Okay, so to answer your first question, the method should be applicable to different crops. We chose maize because maize was important in Kenya. So I think in theory at least, and given that it seems promising for maize and for grassland, I think you would expect it to maybe work for other crops too. In answer to your second question, we haven't really got that far yet. What we've shown so far is that the idea has promised to work. And so currently it's in prototype stage, and there's kind of quite a lot, I think, to do to get to like a, you know, putting it online or operationalizing the product fundamentally. It would certainly, I'm sure, be free at that point. But there is more evaluation to do along the lines of some of the questions that we had to start with.
Okay, thank you. For my last question is that, have you integrated with the climate information, like integrating with CHRIPS data and other data? Because that is one of the verification. We have done it for craft model.
Yeah, so that's in the pipeline actually, specifically including CHRPS data. So this is moving into the stage where there will be more climate variables as well as historical time series, and CHRPS will be one of those. Yeah.
Somebody is interested in the code, can they access freely? Maybe that was his question.
I see. I mean, not yet, but if it did get to the operationalized stage, then it would be.
Actually,
I think.
This links very nicely with the first discussion point, I think, which is we are now at a stage where we developed a prototype, and we now need to understand how useful this could be to organizations like yours or others within your country working in this interface in terms of agriculture, food security, and other areas of interest where these kind of products could be used. But obviously, for us to push this forward in terms of potentially operationalizing it, we need to understand what is the appetite on the ground, right? How this kind of information could potentially feed into organizations in your country. So any feedback on this or any other questions you might have for Chetan or Oliver as well, given that I've kind of closed it. Would this be useful? I mean, yeah. Yes? Isaias?
I followed your presentation. It is good. It can be useful because you have checked it from the ground truth. We can develop the algorithm after that. So it can compare with that one. And if, in order to reduce the cost of collecting reference data, I think it is better to make it with other products like chips and other informations. If we integrate with that one, it will minimize the cost of verification. So I prefer that because I will share one document we did it for with the DSAT craft model. We did it in Ethiopia for maize and we checked it. So when we test that one, we consider that instead of taking real-time data, because there is from the statistics agency real-time data is that, which we can compare it. So we tried the algorithm with using CHRIPS data and information like the variety characteristics also have been used. So maybe if we integrate with some agronomic measures like the cropping pattern, like maize has nearly short season and long season varieties. So we have to include some characteristic. Maybe you can take it from CMIT because they have characterized varieties. This type of make it, those makes confidential data. So if we integrate with that one, we can make it. And the resolution is very nice. 5 kilometers is the best resolution we can get. And if it is accessible freely, and maybe with login account for the countries, it can be useful. And I'm happy when I'm following you, because if we do it for food security crops, maize, sorghum, and wheat is good in member countries. Maybe other countries can add millet, can be added in this regard. So if we did it for some crops, it can be supplementary data for IPC analysis and other data also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the useful suggestions.
Thank you. I'm just curious, so would it be useful to your organization? How would you use it then? I mean, it sounds like you would like to have almost like raw data to then integrate with then other systems that you have. And
for me, when I follow you, that I have data for irrigated wheat. In Ethiopia, we are doing irrigated wheat in the last 5 years. So we wanted to verify that data, but we didn't get some tools. We are trying with CIMI to bring craft to wheat, but it takes time. So we started to use GPS coordinates. And we tried to map it on ArcGIS or QGIS tools, because you can find from time the green areas, because at that time when irrigated farming is done in Ethiopia, it is dry time. So you can get the vegetation, so you can map again. So we did this correction, and I shared with Oliver, you can check it for some data, and that is one of the things, that is one of the useful character of these tools. If we did it this one, we can get the area covered, the different yearly difference. You mentioned that last year is this one. This year we can compare that one even. Maybe we can also add, ICPAC has started, maybe Oliver can add with Copernicus, with the CSCT tools, we can also do, we can integrate these tools also. So I think the comparison with yearly also one of the comparison to do it, and it is cost effective also. The best thing, it is time effective, it's cost effective, and you can get some unreachable areas, some unsecure areas, you can get the data from NDVI to compare the seasonal variation also.
I make one comment, and then yes, and then you, Samira, and you also. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Just one comment. I'm not asking you a question, Chetan. It's a follow-up of what Isaias talked about, incorporating the agronomic practices. I think this will be very difficult, given that we are not using a dynamical kind of model. this machine learning is purely statistical. So that would be really very challenging to incorporate the agronomic practices. Yeah, those ones, yes, those ones, of course, you can include. Yeah.
The RCMD and APAC, we have a crop monitoring system which is developed by University of Maryland. When we do that one, we develop it by the crop stage because someone from district level, he can't feel it. When the crop are at vegetation stage, they put it at maturity stage. So they can't do if we integrate with crop calendar. So with RSMD, we develop it for Ethiopia, different from the FuseNet crop calendar for Ethiopia. So we developed the detailed ones. Maybe we classified Ethiopia with nearly 12 categories, and for 5 crops we did it with that one. So that helped us for people to follow up. When he puts the data, the system tell him you are at vegetation stage because the calendar already feed it. So if we did it for maize growing for nearly 90 days or 150 days, so if the variety is known, the system will restrict the person. For example, most of we know that the Katumani varieties are reaching with 90 days. For other varieties, it takes 120, 150 days. So for those varieties, if the people select the variety, it will limit the people when they are filling the data. That is the thing.
Thank you, Isaias, and you are promoting GeoGlam, which is good. But also don't forget we have ICPAC Agriculture Watch, which also has. So please, Samira.
Yes, in case of Sudan, I think the system may be useful because we have a large land for crop production, mechanized crop production. So actually what we are doing is during the harvesting period, we have what is crop cutting. I think this could be useful to forecast the production or the yield of cereals. Either we have sorghum, we have groundnuts and millet. So I think it will be useful for us so as we have a uniformity of cultivated land, because a large scale of rain-fed mechanized area in Sudan, the harvested mechanically. So I think this could be useful in Sudan.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you. Do you want to comment on this or? Oh. I was going to ask you, John, as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I was also looking at the presentations. I wish I would have also seen the negative effects, or maybe the other side, which is the challenges that maybe these things, the products has been having before in other areas. Did not see that, but I also want to look at is a region. We are working as a region. We are trying to bring things as a region. Whether this is related to what ICPAC is actually doing in the region. If it is, then maybe it has to be tried, and then we see, because it's tested already in Kenya. We don't know. I'm just keenly wanted to hear from my government colleagues from Kenya on this particular aspect, because one test area is a member state like Kenya, and now we're also member state being presented. I think it would be much better to hear from Kenya and ICPAC whether this thing is actually in conformity with the current agenda of bringing the country together in terms of data. I think that would be much better. If not, then it will be very difficult for us to start adopting things here that it might not be appropriate better with the current attempt that is there. So if it is included, it's okay. But otherwise, if it is parallel things, I don't really stand by it. I think because we don't want different things that is being done here, there, and it is confusing, you know. So I think we wanted to hear from this because we mandated as governments, ICPAC is doing what the member states is mandated to do with IGAT on this particular aspect. What we want is something that is good for the whole region, not necessarily apply in one context of a country. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I think the case for, maybe you want to respond why we selected Kenya as a case study in this context.
Well, I would maybe give that one to Oliver, but from my side, I would just say all of the data sources that we use are, including the masks, are applicable to anywhere. So the European Space Agency mask is a global mask. The NDVI from Modis is also a global product. So there's no Kenya-specific data in how this model is generated. That's all I would say. I'll pass you to
Let me try to answer the missile from John Pangech. Actually the main intention of, as you said, ICPAC is definitely mandated to work for all the member states, as you said. And the main intention of all these initiatives is actually to improve early warning products. So we know with early warning, we can be more resilient. So that's the intention. But I wanted to say the reason why we have Kenya for this case. You know, when we were starting this initiative, there was the request that we do like crop-specific kind of instead because of justice. So we had a high resolution mask for Kenya. We got it, I think, from the high resolution mask for maize in Kenya. So that's the reason why we started with that. But this is like proof of concept. And this will be, the final product will be applied for the whole region. So this product, because the products that are actually being used, like the MODIS, which is the NDVI historically, is available everywhere. So once we test that the model is really working, we can really extend to, and that is the intention of this. It's not to give a product for Kenya, which is my country, but to give a product for the whole region. So that is the intention. We have good intentions for all the countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. I hope that puts your mind at ease, John, in terms of, I think also the other element of this is the exploratory nature of the tool. When we started the project, we weren't even sure if this would work. So we're now in a position, and therefore we had to select a case study where we had available data and would be much easier to then for Chetan and Oliver to start to work. Now that we are in a position to say we're much more comfortable with where this is going in terms of skill and all of that, we can then, the obvious next step is to then potentially, expand to the whole region, particularly if this becomes operationalized, because obviously that's also in ICPAC's mandate anyway, so they need to do it. But that was the only reason why we chose Kenya. So there's no, there's no favors being done here. It was just, to help us explore this. So I know we're all very tired. I just wanted to give space for the other countries, maybe that are still here. I don't know, I think Rwanda just left, but I don't know if other colleagues from other countries want to maybe let us know if this would be useful or not. What are your feedback on this? Or if we're all just tired and we need a bit of a rest today. I don't know. Are there any other feedback, comments, or questions to Chetan and Oliver?
So the Kenyans don't want to.
Thank you. I think this product will be useful to my organization and my country. because in the agriculture sector, they need specific products to their sector. And this, I think, will work well. Uganda.
That's good. Thank you, Uganda. Any other comments? Otherwise, I think, no? Otherwise, I think we can maybe just wrap up. I don't know if Shatan or Oliver want to maybe say a few words of goodbye. TTK. You were put on the spot.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Oliver and Chetan. That was a really interesting discussion. I think time is it's not our ally. I think so. We'll keep in touch. Hopefully, for the next GHACOF, we can have a better product, and we'll talk about operationalization or training the stakeholders, so that they can implement it and use it in respective organization. Otherwise, thank you. You want to?
Thanks, Martha, for this opportunity. At regional level, what we are doing is that we are strengthening the regional agriculture and food security user interface platform. We can take it as an opportunity to make sure that the organizations that are involved in agriculture and food security can also access and also give feedback and even expand usability. Kenya and Uganda under CRIMSA project Synergy, we are also we want to have a national user interface platform for agriculture and food security for Kenya and Uganda, and also for water. We are also planning for that. So this kind of information can find themselves in those particular user interface platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Callistus. I think, it's always important to remember that there's so many different initiatives going on, so it's good to.
Thank you. My name is Abebe. It was a very interesting discussion. Maybe you've seen from the sectoral presentations, in most cases, the comments we are getting or the suggestions we are getting in terms of impact are more of qualitative. We don't see quantitative figures. Maybe if such models apply or work, we can make quantitative impact assessment in GHACOFs. So there seems to be that this model may help us in quantifying impacts in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other final words from people? We're still going. Otherwise, maybe Chetan and Oliver, do you want to wrap it up?
Just to say, thank you very much for staying this late and for all the really useful questions and feedbacks. And thank you for having me here to talk about this work.
And for me, I say, webale nyo. Webale nyo. Asante sana.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying with us, and have a good evening. We'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.